Hey everybody! It's your friends, it's Slices and Dices, and it's Friday night. Time for Dungeons and Dragons. As we launch back into our Ravenloft campaign, episode 2 of our Ravenloft Domains of Dread campaign. I'm your DM, Matt G, and amongst all of us, you will see people who've been on the channel before. Now I can say that for certain. Woot. And we're ready to kick some butt and hopefully have a stream where things don't fall apart like they did last time. Looking forward to another cool and kooky episode here on our Dungeons and Dragons channel, or stream, I should say. So, any questions before we begin? Is that a hand, Red?
No, it's me adjusting my
You
mic.
adjusting your mic? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so, without further ado, let me see. Here we go. All right. Previously... Oh, I like this music. Previously, on Ravenloft, the Domains of Dread. Welcome to Ravenloft. Or in this case, the House of Lament, specifically. The four of you, each from disparate places and lives, have been drawn, or in some cases pulled, through the mists, leaving behind your previous lives. Now, the only allies that you have are each other. Perhaps through your alliance, you may find a way back to where and who you were before. In the midst of a foggy crossroads, you encountered a strange, dark-cloaked creature that, upon seeing you, seemed to sprout dark wings and fly away, leaving behind a strange, tear-shaped wooden planchette, which, when paired with a special device known as a spirit board, is used to communicate with the dead. After this brief encounter, the four of you wandered southeast along this barren and desolate road to a wagon, inside which you met the intriguing Vistani fortune teller, Madame Ava, who read your fortunes through her use of the mysterious Taroka deck, and then promptly disappeared, along with her Vistani companions. You moved further down this rainy road to an old manor house, attached to an even older castle turret, and you met with the great detective Alanic Ray, as well as his investigative partner Arthur Sedgwick, and their halfling assistant, Cabe Whippoorwill. They seem to be present at this old house known as the Halvrest House, or more locally, the House of Lament, to investigate its history and its ghostly inhabitants, and offered to employ you and lead you to civilization if you would aid their investigation and subsequent nightly seances. You agreed and began to investigate the clearly haunted abode, and stumbled into a music room with a fantastically enchanting harp, which Muadnhait unknowingly used to charm her male allies, much to her amusement. She then moved into the next room, a ghostly dining room set for a score or more of people. And under the table, a child-sized figure sat with a sheet draped over its head. Muadnhait pulled the sheet swiftly off the figure's head, and a small pale arm shot out to grab Muadnhait by the wrist. And that's where we start tonight. Muadnhait, this hand that has grabbed you by the wrist is cold and small and feels hard and stiff. What do you do?
I want to look at the creature that has grabbed me.
Okay, make a perception check very quickly.
Okay. A 6.
Okay, it's very hard to see under this table. You only see the arm and the hand. The hand has grabbed you, and its fist it has gripped you around the arm. It's unmoving, and all you can see is just the trailing arm underneath it.
I'm gonna try to pull my arm away.
Okay, make a strength.
Like try to get out of its grip.
Absolutely, make a strength check.
Oh Jesus. 4.
Okay, yeah, you grab the very cold and hard fingers and try to pry them off, but this thing, unmoving and unspeaking, it's very hard to get this thing off your wrist. Amnestria, you see that Muadnhait has just sort of recoiled from whatever this thing has grabbed her under the table, and she's trying to pull this thing off the wrist. What do you do? I'm going to give you each an opportunity for an action in this situation.
I would like to run to Muadnhait and try to pull her free.
Go for it. Okay, so you run over to her.
And also a strength check, right?
Yeah, go ahead and move your token to her.
Awesome.
Yeah. Perfect. And then, yeah, please, a strength check.
There it is. Waiting for it to load.
Wow. Do you have mice running your internet stream?
There you go. Oh, you are.
Okay. That's a save, but that's okay. I'll take the I will take the number that you rolled, which was an 18. Yeah,
Looks like it's the same mod. Yeah,
exactly. It's a +0, so totally fine. Yeah, strength checks is just the button not under saving throws, but totally cool anyway. Amnestia, you grab the sort of cold, stiff fingers of this thing that has wrapped its digits around Muadnhait's wrist and are able to pull it off. And when you do, you see that the arm that this hand is attached to sort of comes out from under the table, and you drag out the body of the thing that the arm is attached to, and you see that it is a small child-sized doll with reddish orange hair and a green cloak, pale porcelain skin, and it's missing an eye, a button eye. You could be wrong, but it's as if someone made a doll that kind of looks like you.
I'm gonna take a step back as the doll comes out from under the table.
Yeah. I like that idea. I'm also gonna take a step back.
Okay. Mikmick and Claudiu, what do you guys do?
I just, I lament.
You're in the right place for it.
I've seen strange things in these lands, but never a doll. Some strange things are going on in this home.
Well, technically, he's not in the room.
He sees, I think. Yeah.
But I can't see the doll slide out.
I think you definitely can see it. Yeah, it's like directly in your line of vision.
Oh, that's what I was just asking if it was in his line of vision.
Yep, it is.
Yeah.
So, yes, odd, and I walk over to the doll.
Okay, cool.
Can I figure out what's going on in some way?
You want to sort of try to
Investigate the doll.
Yeah, I would say investigation. You want to just sort of check it over once and twice it kind of thing.
Oh, I don't think I'm good at that anymore. Hold on.
Different situation.
There it is.
Okay, investigation it is.
Okay, I mean, from your perspective, Claudiu, it looks like a very old, ragged, well-used child's plaything.
Is it making any more moves to move?
I pick it up.
Okay.
Oh dear.
And like look at it. Let me see if I got a spell for this. Give me a second.
Sure.
It doesn't try to grab him when he picks it up.
It doesn't seem to move at all.
It seems that someone has been animating this doll. Some
But
strange
no
magic
more.
of sort. Obviously
very-
not. And he holds the doll and he waves it around.
Okay.
It's very bold of you to pick it up.
Bold or foolish, take your pick.
Okay, while Claudiu is sort of checking his repertoire of spells, Mikmick, what do you do?
Well, technically, Mikmick doesn't even know anything's happened.
I think probably
Because
movement
he's been
and or
facing the other
sound.
direction.
Yeah, maybe movement or sound. You see sort of Claudiu sort of with this look of concern stride into the room. Do you choose to follow, or do you just want to just hang out in the room with the harp?
Well, I think Mikmick will get out of the chair, still slightly dazed from the command, and peek around the corner, and then see the rest of the party in there, and with Claudio just waving around their doll. I'm like, there was a doll. Yeah, sorry, wrong voice. There was a doll in the kitchen. What?
This is a dining room. You sort of look around the dining room.
I look over at Mikmick and I'm like, this is a dining room.
I can't see that far in. I
Depth
see a
perception.
chair, maybe a table.
Yeah.
You can't see 15 feet in front of you.
I can't see shit.
That's going to be
Does he not
interesting. It
have
was-
dark vision?
He does not have
No.
dark vision.
You do not see you do not see the little marker that says dark vision over his head. No, I'm just kidding.
Mikmick, do you need a torch?
If you have a torch, yeah.
You don't have a torch?
What you see is what I've got on me.
You take a look at Mikmick. He's just got like this sort of gray, sodden sort of cloth or shift over him, and this bandage is over his hand, and a single wrapped bandage around one half of his face. Nothing
Okay.
else. No
So-
equipment. Nothing. Oh,
I reach
and the
into my
chair
bag
leg.
and-
The chair leg, which he
Yeah.
uses to sort of
Oh,
hobble
table
around.
leg.
Table leg, sorry.
I reach into my equipment bag and I pull out one of my 10 torches, or 5, I don't know what's standard equipment,
10.
and I throw it at him.
Yeah. Okay. You
Do I have to make a dexterity check to see if I can actually catch
that would be funny, but we're not going in that flavor. Catch!
What?
I'd say either he hands it to you, or if you missed it, you'd pick it up off the floor.
Yeah.
I cautiously peer under the table to see if there's anything else where the doll was.
Okay. You look under the table. You just see that white sheet. You don't see anything else under the table, although it is quite dusty. Clearly, no one has been in this room, under the table or over the table, in many years.
I'm gonna take the sheet and just look at it and see if there's anything interesting. Does it have any markings on it?
Yeah, I won't even make you roll. It is just a white sheet. It is dirty. It is not clean in any sense of the word. It is sort of stiff. There's a lot of starch to it. It's definitely not a very smooth piece of cloth, that's for certain.
I sort of look at that and I look at the doll. It's like, well, perhaps somebody put a spell on that doll. That doesn't exactly mean it's evil spirits or whatever it is we're supposed to be looking for.
Claudiu, did you have any chance to choose a spell that you wanted to use?
No. I just set the doll down between the 2 plates and I just say, well, obviously, someone is watching us.
The 4 of you look around this room for a moment, and you noticed, of course, that there are these paintings all around, depicting grand feasts. Although they're faded oils, make the food not very pleasant to look at, almost rotten. The dining room itself is actually centered around this long oak table, which you can see has many layers of polish on it. You can sort of put your fingers on it and come away after you rub the dirt and grime off, and you feel like this sort of waxy buildup that people had actually, at one point in time, probably taken quite good care of this room and this table. You see that the table itself is actually laid out for a formal dinner with 14 places set at this particular table. It doesn't take any kind of roll, perception or investigation or otherwise to note that an examination of this of these placemats and of the silverware reveals that all of the finery that you see on this table is actually encrusted with a very filmy layer of some kind of reddish fluid, quite strong with a coppery scent.
Do I detect that fluid?
You're probably the first person to notice it, I would say.
I rub the plate with my finger.
Mm-hmm.
I bring it up to my nose. Does it smell like what I think it is?
Oh, it certainly does, yeah.
Oh. Okay. I keep that to myself.
Okay.
I was gonna say, do I see him do this?
I don't think you don't make a very you don't hide it in any way, do you, Claudiu?
No, I didn't hide it.
No.
I just sort of watch him like, well, that's odd.
Obviously, this is not the only place that you can go in the house. Obviously, you've been in a couple of rooms before. There is a door here, and there's a door to the north here. So take your pick, folks.
Shall
We
I
tried
keep
the
going? Or would
cellar
one of you
already?
like
I
to
think we
choose?
did try the cellar, right?
No, we've not found it yet.
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
We've only moved one room.
It's
Since you
three.
left.
Well, there should
Better
be
three
one
rooms.
here. There's cupboards here. Have we looked in these cupboards? These things.
Nope, you have not.
We have not.
Let's look in them. Is there anything in there?
Well, you open the cupboards with a creak. The door opens, and you see that it's filled with cracked dishware and a whole lot of spoons that are completely bent, as if twisted by some unknown force.
So I grab one of the spoons, I look at it, and then I toss it back, and I go, someone's been playing with spoons. Is the surface dirty as well in here?
Extremely.
I should use the regular voice for...
Yeah,
Oh,
for
it's
out of
covered
character
in
stuff.
that same- Is it covered in that same dust?
No, I mean everything is covered in dust in this room, but nothing is covered.
No, that coppery...
Yeah,
red
no,
dust.
that's only on the dinner table.
All over the dinner table.
Oh yeah.
Is it like a mix of that and dust?
Not in the cupboard, but yes, and on the dinner
On the
table
dinner
it is
table.
on the dinner table. It's dust and that dried, caked, reddish material.
Brownish, reddish, whatever.
So, do we want to go to the door closer to Claudiu, or do we want to go to the door closer to myself and simply point over my shoulder at the door?
Lead
Pick
the
one.
way.
Very well.
I came in here and got grabbed by a creepy doll. It's your turn.
Can I not go through there?
That is a door in front of you, Amnestria. Do you wish to open it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, very good. Okay, you open the door. It opens with a creak. And inside this room,
Take a peek inside.
it looks like a hallway. There are broken picture frames
stepped in.
littering the floor. And the rug has this sort of dizzying geometric pattern of hexagons covering it. Across from you, you do see another door. Right there. As well as directly to your left, you see a large door. There.
Okay. I'll just move out of the way so people can come in if they want.
Okay.
Well, this room's a disaster.
It's a long hallway.
So there's only a door here and a door here?
And there's a door also, well, within 5 or 10 feet of you, yes. There's also a door a little bit further north on the left-hand
Okay.
side. And then a
And
door
is
at the
there a
end.
door here?
There's a door at the end of the hallway, too.
There, okay.
Yeah.
There's only broken picture frames in here, that's it?
Yes,
No pictures, just the frames.
correct. No pictures, just the frames.
Strange. Hello? Spirits? Any spirits here?
It's not really a good idea.
That's what we're getting paid for. I'll open this door here.
Okay. You open that door, and it opens into a much larger room. This room is some kind of a ballroom. You see that broken boards mar the web-like design worked into the ballroom's wooden floor. You sort of peer in, and to the north you see that there's a short stage for what you can only assume to have been long-departed musicians, standing at the room's far end, overlooked by cracked stained glass windows, completely opaque with dirt and grime.
I must say, this place is rather lovely.
I suppose, if you like the indoors. You wander up and onto the stage and take a look at these windows. Is there anything depicted in them, or are they just pretty colors?
They're just pretty they're just pretty colors and geometric designs. As the four of you enter this room together, there is a voice that echoes just as the voice did before. Except this one is a different voice. And it's sort of hollow. And it echoes as if from far away. Unfortunately, I don't have my voice mod working, but I'll do my best job of making it sound as hollow and as echoey as possible. It says, "I'll give you a simple choice, my misguided knights. You can join Lady Silvra, and I'll entomb you all within my fortress's walls. Or, for sake's sake, your commander, bear witness to our execution, and then walk free to tell all of Dranzorg's justice. My mercy knows but a moment, friends. Choose. All four of you realize, within a heartbeat of hearing this particular voice, that you now have perhaps 10 or 20 seconds, if you wish, of course, to respond to this voice.
A quick question. I'm not a knight. I don't know if any of my companions are knights.
Hear a heartbeat beginning to pound faster and faster. You have 10 seconds.
I look up and I say, I don't know who you are, but I have no commander.
How about the rest of you?
I concur.
Amnestria and Mikmick?
Just trying to think about what Mikmick would do, because he doesn't remember his shit, so he's like, what? Ooh,
Okay,
where?
Amnestria, what do you do?
I'm just going to take my crossbow out
Okay, so
and remain silent.
fair. Okay. After that, say, gulf of either silence or perhaps some form of resistance, a ear splitting scream peals through the room. And I would like the four of you, please, to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Wisdom
Here
save.
we go again.
See if I can fail this one.
17.
15.
22.
Nice.
Amnestria, you got an 18.
18, yeah.
Excellent. Okay. All right. So, here we go. Amnestria and Mikmick, you will take a certain amount of psychic damage as this scream.
What about Terra?
What about me? I'm lower than Amnestria.
I understand.
Okay.
It is only Mistrick and it is only Amnestria at this point who take this particular psychic damage. You will take.
Okay.
Half of this.
Okay.
So you will take 3 points of psychic damage as this scream peals through your head. For Muadnhait and for Claudiu, you do not take any psychic damage, but because you, for some reason, did not take this damage, you look back at your compatriots, you see a thin stream of blood coming out of Amnestria's nose, and Mikmick has his hand again, sort of like grasping his head like he did before, like it's screaming with pain. Claudiu and Claudiu and Muadnhait, you notice, however, after this scream peals through the darkness, that one of the stained glass windows on the stage has cracked. And the fractures of these cracks look like each of you, as if you were trapped in the glass itself. And yeah, that's it for now.
This is all very serious. Do I see her nosebleed?
I think you do. Yeah, she's only about 40 or 30 feet from you.
I am going to back away.
Okay. You do notice, of course, Claudiu, as you reach the stained glass window in the back, that, yeah, you see yourself and Muadnhait etched in the glass from these shattered breaks. You also notice, both of you, that there is a door here. Looks like some kind of a door off to the side. Many of these rooms that you've encountered actually have had hearths or fireplaces. This is no different. There is one directly to the south of this room.
I scream out, "Come out, you jester! You apparition!"
There is no response.
That wouldn't work. Go downstairs, open this door.
Okay.
There's nothing in the door.
You open the door.
Oh, it's a storeroom.
And it does seem to be some form of a storeroom. What you do notice inside this room is that it's filled with withered decorations, as if from a party or a celebration. You see a banner faded with age depicting numerous winged seahorses. Strange creatures, for certain. And the words, "Happy Birthday, Regan and Vastian."
Looks like they had a party for the children. Dear, I wonder if they might have left a bottle of wine lying about.
How did I know that was the next thing you were going to say?
Any bottles lying about?
No wine bottles. Just crates, old parchment, streamers, confetti, and this banner.
Nothing interesting in here unless anybody wants to throw a party in this ballroom.
I would say not. So
Scroll
is
down
this
to
a
the-
door down here?
There is a door directly to the south. That's correct.
Is there anything in the hearth? The fireplace?
You want to look in the hearth? Make an investigation check.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so bad at those. We go again. Bring up the character sheet. Investigation. Makes it so hard when there isn't a check mark. Okay.
Your untrained is better
7.
than my trained, if that makes you feel any better.
Yeah, besides the fact that the hearth is, sooty and old, the flue is closed, which leaves nowhere for the air to escape. There hasn't been a fire in this place for a long time.
Would anybody else like to investigate the hearth?
Whatever for, nothing good comes from those things.
This is going to be a bit
I'm
weird, but I
looking
think
for the source of the
Mikmick may
sound.
investigate the hearth, but
Okay.
for another reason.
Okay.
Are there any burnt logs?
You see just ashes and soot. You don't see if there were burnt logs, they are flinders by now.
I was going to say, could I get a handful of ash?
Sure. I would say it's ancient, old, dust covered and moldy, but yeah, you could probably get a handful of ash, sure.
Yeah. And yeah, just grab a handful of ash.
As you
Just
reach
said that.
as you reach for the ash, I'm assuming that you're probably next to Claudiu at this point, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Position
yeah,
yourself as
okay.
such, please. Always
There you go.
move your token before you do anything. As you position yourself to grab a handful of ash from the hearth, you feel something tugging on the back of your shift, Mikmick. And you turn, and Claudiu, you see it. There is a long, clawed gray hand that has grabbed Mikmick. Mikmick, please make a strength saving throw.
Strength save? Okay.
From behind or from in the
From
fireplace?
in the fireplace,
Oh, okay.
in the chimney above it.
Okay. So I can't see this. I'm too far
No,
away.
you are too far away. Oh, no. Okay, Mikmick,
dear.
you are pulled up into the chimney itself. I'm going to give a reaction to Claudiu, and to Claudiu only since he is probably closest to you, to make either a dexterity saving throw to grab you, to prevent you from being pulled up into the chimney, or a strength saving throw. Either one, your choice, Claudiu. If you choose, of course,
That'd be a
to
saving
grab
throw?
him. Yes, please. Oh, no.
Strength
Oh,
or
no.
dex?
Oh,
Lord. Okay.
That's a no.
Okay. Claudiu, you reach and Mikmick is pulled swiftly by this grayish, long-fingered, long-nailed claw up into this chimney chute. Mikmick, you are pulled swiftly and viciously up, and you hear this sort of craggy, horrendously old and decrepit voice, partnered with a hot breath behind you. You can't really even swivel or turn around to see what has grabbed you from behind. You're traveling so fast. You try to prevent yourself from going further up the chute. Your nails dig into the bricks, and you feel this just pain shooting through your hands as you're pulled swiftly up, and you hear the voice say behind you, "You are so tasty. Not yet." And you are dropped 20 feet into the fireplace. And you take 2d6. Let's see if it lessens the damage. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw now, Claudiu.
Yeah, I mean, he's a gnome.
He is a gnome. Should be able to grab him.
Let's try that.
There we go. Yeah.
There you go.
Claudiu, he falls into your hands. And there's just this tumble of black material falls out of the hearth. Or out of the
I'm
chimney.
assuming Mick's hair is probably a little bit more black than white now.
Oh, yes, absolutely. It's very Cruella de Vil, shall we say.
What the hell was that?
I don't suppose we can stop sticking our hands where they don't belong.
That was...
I don't think he
Weird.
stuck his hands anywhere. He just leaned into the fireplace.
I wanted to get some ash.
Well, it
Do you
appears you've got
The
some.
ash full.
It appears you got a lot more than that.
Do with the ash.
Can I ruffle Mikmick's hair to try to get some of the ash out?
Sure, be my guest. Just sort of...
Do I not get a response from Mikmick when I ask what he does with the ash?
Well, I couldn't hear what you just said. You were a little bit quiet.
Oh, no. What do you do with the ash?
I was going to use it as distraction, or to throw in some ghost's face to make him visible, or I don't know.
If
A
something
makeshift
grabbed
weapon,
you,
if you will.
was it a ghost? There may be monsters here, but no ghosts.
Well, I mean, something did grab me. Something physical.
So a monster.
Yes, with long claws.
What did it
Saying
say?
that I
Some
was
kind.
tasty? I don't know. It was tasty, but it wasn't my time.
Tasty.
So, are there creatures that eat? I don't know. So confusing.
There are plenty of
can I
creatures that eat other
smell-
creatures.
Can I smell Mikmick?
Sure, be my guest.
So I just give Mikmick a quick sniff.
What purpose are you smelling him for?
Trying to detect if he would be tasty.
um
I'm pretty sure my character knows that he's not.
From your perspective, Claudiu, I would say, yeah, he wouldn't be the first on your list of entrees, shall we say.
Yeah. Okay. The fuck would want to eat him? What would want to eat you?
In my head, I'm like listing off all the oceanic creatures that would want to munch on him.
Mm-hmm.
I might even like toss a couple out. But I don't imagine any of them are here as we're not underwater, so... I don't know about the rest of you, but I'd quite like to get out of this room.
I think that's a very good idea.
I will open this door.
Okay. All right, you open the door, and you see a hallway.
I'll step into the hallway. It's a labyrinthine house.
It's a large house, definitely.
Also, I think I would say that the bandage on Mikmick's arm is probably completely black now because the bandage itself was a little bit wet,
Sure.
and wet plus ash.
Yep. Absolutely, yeah. Muadnhait, you look down this hallway, and you see that it is covered with oil paintings, as well as a few doors here and there. There's a door directly down to your right, maybe 10 feet from you. A large oil painting across from it. Another painting catty-corner to that, as well as a door further down the hallway. You see at the very end of the hallway a urn with a wilted plant in it, as well as a door at the very end of the hallway.
Ah, okay. I was wondering because there's what looks like a dynamic lighting glitch right here.
Oh, that door is open.
Ah, okay. No, I meant right here.
Oh, that's odd.
Well, I'm just gonna I'll go down the hallway and take a look at the paintings.
Ah, yeah, that door is just open just a little bit. That's the reason why you see that
okay.
sort of like little crack of
Oh,
what you
okay,
see.
gotcha. I didn't know if dynamic lighting was like showing me a secret door behind the plant that
Nope.
I wasn't supposed to see.
It's just a
Gotcha.
a very mismatched door, just open just a smidge.
Gotcha. Okay.
Just a smidge.
I'll
I
take a
was
look
wondering.
at the paintings.
What was that, Amnestria?
I was wondering.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. I was wondering when you were going to step away from the fireplace, Mikmick.
Yeah, I just had to collect myself for a bit.
It's all right.
Are these paintings, Matt?
You
They
go
are
first.
indeed, yeah. They are paintings.
Can I do a history check on the paintings?
Sure. I'll tell you what you see. There are a couple of them. The paintings that you see one painting that is this bright and quite freely painted oil, and it is a picture of a house that's very similar to the one in which you currently are investigating. It is a it shows the house that you're in, actually. And you see a what seems to be a family of 4 people, 2 children, and a mother and a father. The name under this oil paintings is Halvrest Manor. You remember that, of course, Alanic Ray said that this was called Halvrest House. Yeah. And there is, as you remember, that the manor itself is attached to a much older sort of stone turret.
And the second painting?
The second painting is a landscape. It depicts a misty lake shoreline. The name of this painting is Lake Bolygo, Bolygo. You see tall trees encroaching upon this waterline, and the trees are reflected across its surface. You see a tiny, sort of almost extremely far away gray figure standing in the distance of this painting on the far lakeshore. It's very hard to make out. You know it's a figure, but you can't make any features out.
That looks pleasant.
And what's this? Some sort of balcony that looks downstairs?
So you walk down the room.
So did Alex get anything from his history check, by the way?
Yeah, you don't know of either one of these, even with an 18 history, Alex.
Yeah,
You don't recognize very much about the history of this house or of Lake Bolygo. You've never heard of Lake Bolygo.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I figured as much.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Could Mikmick also have a look at that photo of the painting of the house and
Sure.
see how different that house in the painting is compared to the house that they're currently in?
Absolutely, yeah.
What would I roll? Would I roll for that, or
Yeah, you could just make an investigation check.
investigation? Okay.
And whilst you're doing that, Alex, or Claudiu, I should say, this doorway is open, and you see that there is a large staircase. This is the main foyer that you entered in. One thing of note that I forgot to mention, of course, as you guys entered into the foyer, is that in the center of the foyer there is a statue on a pedestal of an eagle. But this eagle is very strange in that it has horns coming out of its head. Strange.
So the stairs go up?
The stairs do go up, yes.
Interesting. And so...
Yeah, those are the stairs I was hiding under when we came in.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, okay.
With your 20 investigation, Mikmick, you do note that the house looks almost exactly the same, except for the fact that it's much less decrepit. It's still very old.
But you said it has the one that they're currently in has the turret on the side.
Mm-hmm.
The painting doesn't have the turret.
No, the painting does have the turret.
Does?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Most certainly. Make another investigation roll really quickly. Actually, no. Make another perception roll for me, Mikmick.
No, perception?
Yeah, perception.
Only a 7.
Yeah, as you turn away from the painting, something sort of catches your eye. You sort of look back as sort of to do a double take. Maybe it's your eye is acting up, the fact that you have one eye. For a second, you could have sworn that the painting looked sort of different for just a second. But then you sort of like rub your eyes, shake your head, and it looks the same. Must have been a trick of the light from your torch.
So I think Amnestria, being right behind Mikmick, can see the visible confusion about, wait, what? What? And he just keeps looking backwards and forwards, back to the painting, back to the painting.
Are you okay?
I think the painting just changed. Just for a split second, just was a completely different picture. Am I seeing things?
Yes.
Oh, this house must be getting to me. Either way, I think we should probably follow the other two.
So if this is the foyer where we came in,
Correct, yeah.
then the big tower would be in this general direction?
Probably more southwest of you.
So down this way.
Yeah, to the southwest.
Oh, okay. I thought the front of the house, the front door was like right here.
The front door is directly almost to the direct south of you, and the turret itself is situated on the left-hand side of the front of the house.
Okay. So like this way.
Exactly.
So in other words, head west if we want to find the tower.
If you so desire, yeah.
I don't know, they're looking for ghosts, and the oldest part of the house seems to be like the place they'd be, but it's up to you. I look at everyone else.
I'm just along for the ride. I need some wine, and these fellows offered me 20 gold pieces.
Per day.
Per day.
Yes.
Though as I look around at the dust, I'm like, though I'd rather not be here more than one if I can help it.
I don't see a problem as long as nothing sucks me into a chimney.
Under a table?
Nothing, just stay away from fireplaces. Where do you want to go?
Possible
Well,
exits
you
from this
want to
room.
go to the tower? Let's go to the tower.
Possible exits from this room are a door to your immediate west, a door to the south, which is sort of slightly open, and I believe...
Open the door to the south, just to cover ground.
Okay, perfect.
Partially open, so why not open it?
Might as well open it all the way. There is a door also right next to Mikmick, to the
No.
east. Okay, so you open
That's
that
the
door
west.
all the way.
Oh dear, I see a tentacle.
Yeah, you kind of do. This is very odd, the room that you see now. Yeah. This room is some kind of a gallery of art. You see that there are sort of dark and moody landscapes, as well as a couple of very serious looking busts atop marble pedestals, which are covered with dust in this rather modest-looking gallery. In an alcove to the east stands a larger-than-life onyx statue of an athlete wrestling monstrous disembodied tentacles. To the west, you see a wall made of black stone curves actually into this room, an arch opening into a darkened space beyond.
I'm going to step into the room because I want to see... Do I have any idea what kind of sea creature these tentacles might belong to?
Make a nature or arcana check.
Also, Matt, we got to hydrate from chat.
Oh, please drink. You're gonna need it.
They are equally bad, so we'll just go with nature. Oh, 18.
Okay.
Nice.
These tentacles are massive. If it is some kind of an octopoid creature, it would have to be a very large one, that's for certain.
Artistic liberty, I presume, but I think we may have found ourselves a tower.
You indeed have. As you walk to the southwest, you see that there is a circular stone tower. And as you step close to it, you feel a cool draft coming down from wherever this tower extends. Let me give you a little cool draft sound. There you go.
Sounds kind of like home.
Yeah. Anyone else want to do anything else in this room?
Can I move over other players' tokens, Matt?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely. Yeah,
Okay,
we're not in
sure.
combat, so you can absolutely.
Oh,
move.
no.
Oh yeah,
I
you
just
can
wasn't
squish
sure.
and- Oh yeah, you can squish and squeeze around
You
us.
can totally.
You're not
squish
stuck
and
in the
squeeze.
hall.
Exactly.
And here, I'll get out of the way.
Oh, no worries.
Oh, please, by all means, go into the tower. Is there any storage devices on this first floor of the tower?
When you say storage devices, I'm not quite sure what you mean.
She's looking for wine.
Oh,
Great.
Yeah.
You definitely do not see wine bottles, full or empty, in this tower. You do happen to see that there is a set of stairs, stone stairs, that curve from the floor to circle the dark granite walls and vanish into a chamber high above.
Well, come on, let's find these ghosts and get paid. I'm gonna start up the stairs.
Okay. Start climbing the stairs. Anyone else want to join her?
Mikmick will just stay in the center for a few moments, just looking up. And for the first time, probably, that you've seen him, he doesn't seem as stressed while in this tower.
Okay. Cool. Claudiu ascends
He'll-
with you, or not.
And then he'll probably make his way up the stairs as well.
Okay. All right.
You make that going up. Amnestria would also follow.
As you ascend the tower, the wind does in fact get a little louder. It's as if it's some kind of a giant instrument channeling the wind, potentially from the storm raging outside. You climb about 10 feet, and as you begin to climb, you hear, all of you, this scream. And it momentarily passes right by you, as if something was screaming, falling straight down the center of the shaft. You do not see anything. You just hear the sound of this scream passing straight down the middle.
Matt, would my character know anything about ghost hunting?
Make an religion check. Let's say religion check, yeah.
It's a religion check?
Oh, for certain, yeah.
Arcana would have been nice.
It would have been, but ghosts are not magical creatures. They are creatures that are unfortunately no longer living.
I don't know anything about hunting ghosts.
No, unfortunately you don't.
Can I also make a religion check, Matt?
By all means.
Oh.
That one.
Wow, that was worse.
Clearly something screamed. You're not quite sure what the hell it was, to be honest.
Here you go. Also a 3.
And why not?
I knew that she didn't know shit. I just rolled for fun.
It could have been just a trick of the wind, for all you know.
How about Mikmick? You want to contribute to this this quest for ghostly knowledge, Mikmick?
Well, seeing as everyone else has rolled, I will.
Under 10. Under 10. Come on.
Watch him nat 20 in
That'd
this
be
shit.
hilarious. Oh, see? I win! Not a single soul of the 4 of you know what the hell that was.
And yet some were.
No, I didn't ask what that was.
Well, actually,
Or anything about ghost hunting, shall we say. How about that? Specifically.
I'm just wondering if that would be a seed of fear.
Say that again, Mikmick? Sorry, I missed that.
I wonder if that would be one of Mikmick's seed of fear.
Oh. You know what? Sure. I guess from the perspective of what you had messaged me, yeah. So what would Mikmick do hearing that horrendous sound?
He would, well, essentially jump out of his skin and, metaphorically speaking, and just press himself against the back of the wall. I'm like, oh shit. Fuck.
Okay. I would say Mikmick probably like puts a hand on the person who's closest to. I would say Amnestria, considering the Muadnhait and Claudiu probably went up already. Amnestria, you turn. Mikmick, his eyes have just bugged out, and he's.
Or eye.
Yeah, his eye. You're right. The other one, you're not quite sure. Yeah, definitely his eyes. He's trying as best he can to just hold on to that table leg, but you see that the table leg is just jittering, and he's just grabbing onto you with all of his might.
I would put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Just be like, it's okay. Stay calm.
Are you all right down there, tiny one?
Just startled. That noise just went right through me again. Fuck.
It's just noise. You're fine.
Do you wish to keep climbing?
Yes.
I'm gonna keep going. I just reached as far as I could climb on the map.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will bring
Mikmick
you...
is going to keep climbing, but he's going to be leaning on the table leg as a walking stick a lot more now.
No problem. Okay. Yeah, I will bring you 4 to the top of the tower. So, let me just find it. You climb another 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, and the wind has picked up enormously at this point. I would like you all to make strength saving throws.
Oh dear.
Thanks.
Oof!
7 again.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh dear.
Oh
Oh,
god. Mikmick, Claudiu, and yes, go ahead.
Can I use my inspiration?
You certainly can, absolutely. So roll one more time. Thank you for remembering an Amnestria. Make your strength save. Fantastic. Okay, so Mikmick and Claudiu, buffeted by these enormous winds as the four of you climb the stairs, I would say, Claudiu, maybe like your foot slips and you sort of tumble a little bit. Mikmick, you get in the way a little bit, and the two of you roll down the steps. You will take, just because of the hard corner... Go ahead.
Can I try to grab Claudiu before he falls?
Let me put it to you this way, Moynat. If you grab him unsuccessfully, you'll go down with them, so it's your choice.
Nah, never mind.
Fair enough. Okay, so you both will take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you roll down the stairs, and these sharp granite stairs just pummel you as you fall down about 10 or 15 feet. Luckily, very luckily, you did not fall directly down the center of the shaft.
Just a quick question, Matt.
Yeah.
I only gain resistance to bludgeoning while raging, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to double check that.
No problem. But I would say that after a few seconds, Mikmick and Claudiu, you sort of dust yourself off. You feel like everything's still connected, so to speak, and continue up to the top of the tower. And I'll bring you now to where you are.
Ooh.
You arrive at the top. And the gusting wind is coming in from the eaves of the roof over your head. Clearly, this tower chamber is preventing the storm, in whatever fashion it is, from blowing this entire house apart. But the stone edifice in which you currently are is strong. And it is empty, except for... in the center of this detritus-strewn room, a suit of crimson armor on the floor. It lies in the middle of a faded chalk drawing of a sunburst. And I would like all of you looking at this to make a history check.
Also, for some reason, my HP went back up. I must have...
I don't know what to tell you about that.
Yeah. On my token, it says it's 11 hit points, not 9.
Very strange.
Yeah.
Just drop it down. I think it's probably because I copied and pasted the token rather than...
Yeah,
moving.
that's what I'm thinking, yeah. So what was it, history, you said?
Yes, please.
Yes.
20.
Nice, Vic.
Dang.
I got an 18, surprisingly.
Okay. I also want to check something here, because I don't believe... I want to check, make sure that the dynamic lighting is on. Oh, it's off. There
I was
we
going
go.
to say, we saw a whole bunch of stuff when we first got
Well,
like, oh, we're seeing different floors of the house.
That's okay. You didn't see anything that you didn't need to. Now you can see nothing.
Well, I definitely can't see nothing.
I will change that as well, because that's the reason why. Yeah, I'll change that for your token here.
Oh, well, I've got the torch now, so...
Yes, indeed. So I'll give you 20 and 10.
A really good torch with all that wind.
It is. There you go. So what do you guys decide that you want to do? Oh, let me check your history here. Okay, 18, 11, 20. Mikmick and Moynat. Well, Moynat has walked away, but I'll tell Mikmick. Mikmick, you don't know why, but you recognize this sunburst symbol on the floor. And in your mind, you don't know what it means, but you know of its name. And it's called the Mark of the Raven. Which makes not a whole lot of sense, considering there's no raven at all in this drawing. It looks like a sunburst. Moynot, I was just explaining to Mikmick that both of you,
Yes.
because you succeeded on your history checks, you both recognize, for some reason, almost as if something is letting you know this information, that this symbol, although you don't necessarily know why, is called the Mark of the Raven. There's no ravens in this symbol. It looks like a sunburst.
And what about the armor? Anything interesting about that?
No, you don't know anything about it, other than that it is clearly stained this color, this crimson color. It's a ring mail, too. It's not bad. Quite nice,
So
actually.
it wasn't supposed to be this color, it's just stained this color.
You have seen many an armed force, Moynot.
Mm-hmm.
Some with plate, some with leather armor. You've never seen anyone who has had metal stained this color.
I'm going to sort of tap it with my toe, and then look over at Mikmick in his rags, and be like, well, I know this might be a bit large on you, but might be better than what you've got now. I mean, finders keepers, eh?
I was going to say the same thing, but... Well, as you said, I think it would be a bit too big for me. I think I would probably just trip over it more than I would trip over what I'm currently wearing.
Yeah, I mean, it's sized for a humanoid. Clearly somewhere between 5'8" and 6 foot something, not for a gnome-sized figure, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You can always take it with you. Perhaps if these ghost hunters, or whatever they are, do take us to civilization as they've promised, we can get it fitted.
I don't know why, but something in my memory is saying that I won't need it. It's weird.
It is weird, tiny one, but it's your hide. Are there windows in this tower I can look out?
No,
Hmm.
not a one. Everything is stone all the way around.
And is there anything here to signify, so there's no arrow slits and no windows, is there anything that signifies what the purpose of this tower was?
No.
Where's the
Why
wind
it
coming from if
exists?
there's no windows?
It's coming from the eaves of the roof, almost as if the spaces in between the shingles are acting like it's like a giant whistle.
Well, no crates here.
I sort of look
Going
around
to
and I'm
go
like, ghosts,
downstairs.
hello! Are you
Downstairs.
haunting this dreary, dreary tower? Hello?
You don't get a response,
a no.
Moynot.
I suppose that's a no. Well,
Leave
I'm
the
out of
tower.
ideas.
Okay. Claudiu
Yeah,
begins
same.
to descend, and Moynot does as well.
I follow Claudiu.
Okay. You leave the ring mail behind. Okay. Excellent. We'll move you guys back
For now.
down to the main level.
Well, maybe we should talk to these gentlemen.
Can I get it? Oh, there we are.
See
By
if
all means.
by chance they could help us with some guidance on how to hunt these ghosts.
Very distinctly possible. As you exit the room, the wind subsides. You re-enter the foyer, Claudiu, and you do remember that the trio did go through that door to the north.
Which door to the north?
There is a door directly to the north of where you are.
Oh, okay. Let's just open that door.
All right, very good.
And from now on, when I open a door, just leave the door open.
Absolutely. I will leave the doors open by deleting them. You open the door, and there indeed, in the center of a room that you have not yet seen, is Alanic Ray, Arthur Sedgwick, and Cabe Whippoorwill, who are all talking close to a large table set in the middle of this room. The room itself is small. It's probably about 15 feet by, or maybe more like 20 feet by 20 feet. And in the center of the room, as I said before, is this table. It's some kind of a parlor. You see that all over the room there are dozens of faded portraits covering its walls. The subject's eyes fixed in the center of the room on this circular table that bears an ornate board that looks, well, it looks like, hold on just for 1 second.
We get the spirit board.
Ooh.
It looks like this.
I want one of these. This is cool.
I got this made by one of my dear friends.
That's really cool.
That's amazing.
I will be...
And I'm coming over and we're going to play with it.
Be careful. She specifically told me, she's like, if you're going to use this, burn sage. And then she gave me this. Because you can't,
God, so cool.
you cannot use a spirit board
Without a planchette.
without a planchette.
I have lots of sage and Palo Santo.
Well, we won't need to use this as well as the physical prop, which I will once again show everybody in stream.
Oh, cool.
It's so gorgeous, and I love it.
I may be asking for this friend's name later, because that is incredible.
It is pretty goddamn amazing. But for now, we shall.
Do we have a copy of it in game? Is the question.
Yes, you do. And we will be using it, if you decide to use it, of course, during a seance. But there is a wide mirror as well, hanging over the tall fireplace to the north. And as you enter the room, Alanic and Arthur and Cabe look at you and say, Alanic, I guess, is the first person to speak, and he says, "Oh! Hello. Have you done a thorough investigation to your liking so far? You've only been gone about, I don't know, half an hour? Maybe an hour?"
Oh, good. I was about to ask if we've been gone for an hour yet.
That's the thing, Alanic. We've circled around the first floor, and a companion of ours was sucked into a chimney. There was some piercing screaming that caused the lady friend that we are with to bleed. And yeah, we are unsure of how to hunt ghosts.
Oh, something about a Lady Silvra and getting entombed in the walls unless we forsook our commander?
Ah! Right, of course. Yes. Interesting. He sort of taps his chin.
So I've come to you for some guidance. Yeah.
We're more than happy to give you guidance, of course. What do you need specifically?
What procedure do we follow to hunt ghosts?
Well, the first portion of any ghost expedition or spiritual expedition is to make contact, of course. We have our spirit board, and of course, thanks to the assistance and the donation of your compatriot with this, and he holds
Loan.
up... Loan, of course.
I say very clearly.
Loan, however you decide to put it, and he holds up the planchette. He says, "We will now be able to utilize this for our seance. Am I not correct, Cabe?" Cabe looks over at Alanic and says, "Yes, Alanic, we will be able to perform the seance tonight if you so desire." Alanic says, "Oh, yes, that's, I guess, the plan." Arthur looks over at Alanic and says, "Alanic, I don't know if this is the best idea. I don't quite like the idea of getting involved in all this spiritualist riffraff nonsense. Lennox says, "Oh, do hush, Arthur." And he puts like a hand on Arthur's cheek, sort of gives it a stroke and says, "My dear, as I told you before, you must know your enemy if you are to defeat it." And then he looks over at you, Claudiu, and says, "Are you perhaps interested in performing this seance? We will need, of course, all of us, and your compatriots in order to perform said seance."
Sounds like a wonderful idea. It sounds like we'd be incredibly helpful.
Great. We may start now, or we may start if you are not
I turn
complete
to the party.
with
Would
your
you
investigation.
like to assist in the seance?
I'm sorry, just to reiterate the terms of our agreement. Was there a certain percentage of the house we needed to investigate, as it were?
No. It is only to your liking that you wish, of course, to investigate more. That is up to you. We've not seen anything beyond the front hallway in this room, so we are intrigued by your findings, but if you wish to look around more, that is your purview.
Do you know anything about the Mark of the Raven?
Well, it's a funny thing that you mentioned the Mark of the Raven, as well as Lady Silvra, I believe, is what was mentioned.
Yes, and someone's justice, Dranzorg?
Name does not ring a bell, but... and he wheels over to a rather large pile of books in the corner.
At this point, I'll actually go into the room.
Sure. He sort of grabs a couple of reference papers, a couple of books, and you see that there is, in fact, quite a variety, perhaps, of material that the Ghost Hunter trio has brought to this place. You see that many of them are referencing specific kinds of hauntings, occult lore. If you wanted to utilize this space to consult these books, spend a certain amount of time, like say an hour, short rest, what have you, you would be able to gain advantage into your next Arcana or Religion check related to the undead or the history of this house.
Oh, wonderful. Something I'm good at. I can totally go through those books completely.
He leafs through the book, and he says, "Oh, yes," and he presents it to you, and there is this sunburst symbol. He says, "Yes, it's the Mark of the Raven." How interesting.
Well, it's on
Funny
the
enough,
floor
there's
at the... Oh, sorry. Continue.
Funny enough, there's a suit of armor upstairs in the tower that has that symbol on it, yeah.
Just point of order, it's actually it's on top of the chalk drawing. It's not actually on the armor itself. Just FYI.
Oh. Well, someone drew it in the tower on the floor.
That's very interesting.
Placed a set of armor.
The Mark of the Raven, and he sort of like almost like pedantically begins to sort of what's the word? He's beginning to
Expound.
Expound or just lecture you.
Locute.
Yes. He says the Mark of the Raven is the symbol of a group called the Keepers of the Feather. It's a loose organization incorporating members who operate alone or in small groups, as well as elite social clubs throughout different areas of Borca or of Dementlia. And he starts to spout all of these names of places that I don't think any of you have ever been. And he says, in all cases, the Keepers of the Feather identify each other by this mark. this sunburst emblem, sometimes worn as a pin or an amulet. It's quite interesting that this mark is a recreation of a very powerful holy symbol, known as the Holy Symbol of Ravenkind. Claudiu, make a history check with advantage when he says that.
Matt, you said there was a rather large mirror in the room?
A rather large mirror, that is correct, yes. It's just over the fireplace.
And also, Mikmick will probably be going to the bookshelf to try and get the books for more information about the house.
Okay, very good. Claudiu, you're not quite sure where you've heard that phrase, the holy symbol of Ravenkind. Maybe whispered amongst your family or friends back in Barovia. But it was spoken about almost secretively. The presence of said creation or symbol. What it was, what it means, you're not quite sure of. But he's not pissing up a flagpole. This is for real.
Okay. But the thing is, I'm not sure. I mean, I get that it's a secret organization, right? But from what was just described to me, it doesn't give me any context. It's a secret organization that does what?
Good question. It seems that it's so secret that people don't really know what it does, other than there are members that are somehow associated with this holy symbol.
And that's all he knows? Is that all you know, sir?
That's all that I could find in this material, based on our findings, and of course upon the material given to us by the Order of the Guardians.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll look through the books.
Oh, by all means, perhaps we can spend some time doing so before the seance begins. Eh, Cabe? Cabe says, "Whatever floats your boat."
So,
I'll
do I
flip
roll a
through a
history
book on
check?
I'll flip through the books on the history. If we're sitting here for an hour to do this, I will flip through the history of the house.
Okay.
So, do I roll a history check again, or?
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna fast forward an hour from now, sure.
I mean, what do Maeve and Mikmick want to do?
That's a good question.
Well, Amnestria would stay. She would stay in the room for. If we're gonna stay in here an hour, she'd maybe stay in the room 15, 20 minutes, and as time passes on, she would progressively seem a little more off. I mean, you don't really know her, but she seems to be just looking back and forth across the room, and I mean, it's not very hard to see she's been really staring at this mirror. And if we're staying in for an hour, she would leave the room after about 20 minutes.
Interesting.
She would just stand outside.
As she's leaving the room and say, "Don't go near any fireplaces."
I would.
That being said, I'm actually going to sit on the exact opposite side of the table of the fireplace with my book.
Perfect. I will ask all four of you, since you are being in this room for quite a while, to make investigation checks. Before you perform your history checks, please make investigation checks. I would say that being in this room for even 20 minutes would give you some information about what you see.
Oh,
Ooh, there we go.
I got a 17. Alex nat 20'd.
And I got a 17 as well.
Okay. And Amnestria.
There it is.
Well, she's outside the room, isn't she?
It's okay. She could have made it before she left. And it doesn't really matter because she was just too disturbed by whatever is causing her to be disturbed to make any notice at all. I would say that is Claudiu, perhaps, who notices it first. Claudiu, before you begin to sort of read through these books, you look at these portraits on the walls, especially after what was spoken to you about the Mark of the Raven and the Keepers of the Feather. And you notice that the portraits on the walls depict members of the family, as well as others, potentially. You're not quite sure. but certainly the members of the family that you saw earlier in one of those oil paintings in the hallway. And other members, other portraits, some of which actually have the mark of the raven, this sunburst, as a pin, or as a brooch, or as a necklace. Something else that you happen to notice, Claudiu, is that in some of these portraits, in the background, there is whether this was painted or not, you're not quite sure on purpose, but there is a cloaked figure in the background of some of them, with two glowing yellow eyes peering out from under the hood.
Interesting. Have any of you noticed the dark and glowing figure in the back with the glowing eyes in some of these portraits? Yeah.
Oh, I'm afraid that we haven't noticed it. How interesting.
Also, the
Does-
brooches of this raven symbol that seem to be all over
Yes.
the portrait.
Yes, we did notice that some of these halvrests, or perhaps others, seem to have been members of the Keepers of the Feather. How interesting.
Does this creature that Claudiu has pointed out in the paintings look like the creature we saw at the crossroads?
Yes.
It's Cabe who has the planchette, right?
Correct.
And was it also Cabe who seemed like he didn't want to do the seance, or was that Arthur?
Arthur did not want to do the seance, for certain. He
Okay.
seems a little bit more skittish than Alanic and Cabe. Cabe is, by the way, a they, them. Cabe
yes.
is... That's right. Cabe is perhaps more intimately knowledgeable about the seance.
Yeah, it seems like Cabe knows how to use the spirit board, and it's like, yep, I know how to do this. If we need to do it, we need to do this.
Distinctly possible.
Yeah. I'm going to lean in and whisper quietly to Cabe. That planchette that I gave you, it's entirely possible that it was dropped by that.
Cabe looks
If that
up.
has any bearing on your activities.
Cabe sort of stares at you for a couple of seconds, and then they look up at the painting and then look back at you and say, that's interesting.
I mean, I still think this is all a lot of hokum, but thought you might want to know.
Thank you. Looks down at the planchette, then back up at you. Well, I guess we'll just have to see what comes of this.
Indeed.
Okay. Anyone else want to do anything? Amnestria, you've walked out of the room, clearly disturbed by something.
I go back to reading about the house.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
specifically looking for anything about this Lady Silvra person or the Dranzorg guy.
Sure.
I'm kind of skimming, for the most part, looking for those two names.
Okay. I'll tell you what you get in a second. Claudiu and Mikmick, what do you do?
So, quick question on seeds, right? Because I have a similar seed to
You
this-
do to Amnesty,
Right.
probably.
Right, and I thought as long as I avoid
Yeah,
looking into,
I think that's a good idea.
I mean, I don't have to eject myself from the room, right?
No. It's all the way you roleplay it, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
It's a question though. As a Dampier, does Claudiu have a reflection?
Good question. We'll work it out later. It doesn't say no under Dampier, so I'm going to go ahead and say that yes, I think Claudiu does have a reflection. At least now, anyway.
And I'm going to say, technically, that's just meta knowledge that the players have figured out.
Yeah.
He hasn't actually let us know that yet.
Exactly.
We all
And-
just kind of guessed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think we all knew what classes we were playing.
I mean, I think I knew what you were playing, but it was when you wandered off in the woods and whispered shit to Matt. I'm like, oh yeah, definitely.
There are surprises to be had for sure. Anywho, Mikmick, what is it that you want to do? Whilst everyone
Well,
is doing their
Mikmick
things?
is, as I said, throughout the most of the hour, he's got his head inside the book and just reading up on information about the house. In, we'll say the attempt to unlock his background feature,
Okay, interesting.
which will allow him to figure out if there's any secrets in this house.
Okay, very cool. All right, I will tell you now what you find, but you must make a history or religion check. But you'll make it with advantage because you've read the books, people.
Okay, history.
16. Double 16.
Why? All the time. This always happens. I get advantage and I
15.
roll doubles like every fucking
15 for
time.
Mikmick. And then for Claudiu.
You want me to make a history check?
Yes, please. With advantage.
Advantage.
A
Doesn't
10.
matter.
A 10. Claudiu, you don't learn an enormous amount of material, but I'll tell you what you do find. You know that the house is extremely old. The house itself, of course, is still known by multiple names. The Halvrest House, the House of Lament, the House of Sadness. At one point, prior to being owned by the Halvrest family, there wasn't even a manor house here. There was a castle. The only thing that's left is that turreted tower. That's what you learned from your history check, Claudiu.
Interesting.
Mikmick, what you learned from your history check, slightly better, is that information, as well as the fact that, let me just double check on my information here. One sec. Yes. You learned that this castle was called Castle Lavents. And Castle Lavents was owned by this quite vicious warlord family. Owned by a count whose name was Count Cordon Silvra.
Okay.
And Castle Lavents was indeed the home of this guy, this count. And Castle Lavents eventually fell to ruin. Something happened. Not quite sure. You sort of skimmed through it a little bit. You didn't quite get an understanding of the whole concept of it. Something really awful happened. Eventually, Castle Lavents fell to ruins. And by then, this merchant, Lauren Halvrest, purchased the land that Castle Lavents stood on. And by that time, the only thing that was left of Castle Lavents was this tower. But the somewhat frugal Halvrest family incorporated the tower into the construction of this lavish manor for his family. And the Halvrests lived peacefully in their new home for several years and then mysteriously vanished. That's what you learn. We're not. You learn something quite interesting beyond that information. You learn about the history of Castle Lavents. You learn that the daughter of Count Cordon Silvra, a knight, a very powerful knight, whose name was Mara Silvra, received word that her father, Count Silvra, was defeated in battle by a warlord named Dalk Dranzorg. When Dalk Dranzorg defeated her father, she went as fast as she could to try to rescue him before he was executed at the hands of this horrific foe. And she called in as many friends and debts and mercenaries as she possibly could, and forged kind of a small army in doing so to try to take back Castle Levent. And upon arriving, she expected to find that her homeland's nobility would be ready to rise to her cause. But they were terrified of Dalk Dranzorg. That Dranzorg would entomb his captives and his enemies in the walls of the castles which he would conquer. And Mara was infuriated. She called them cowards, and she drove them, in some cases, imparting violence upon them. And when Castle Events finally came into view, Mara had less than a dozen knights at her beck and call. That many of them had either abandoned her or she had executed during her trip to this castle. There was some kind of a fight, of a battle. What happened, you're not quite sure. The information is not very specific, to be honest. The result of her encounter with Dalk Dranzorg. But you now know that whatever occurred, this person or the people that originated this particular place, that there are hundreds, potentially, of spirits of the unwilling dead that walk these halls. And that the reality that this place is very, very haunted and very, very wrong comes to you quite quickly. That's what you learn.
Well then.
Well, in that case, Mikmick will...
I kind of close the book and I'm like, well, that was a light afternoon read.
well, Mikmick will do the same with his book, even though I'm pretty sure Muadnhait and Mikmick were reading a very similar book. And he'll just look up at, what was it, Alanis? No. Was it Alanis? No.
Alanic Ray. But before you do so, we have had a redemption. And this is the only one for the night. Again, the dark powers speak.
Okay.
So this is a draw from the High Taroka deck. Something will happen in the course of the campaign. It will not be the dungeon because the dungeon was picked the last time. But this is...
Well, we hope it's not a dungeon.
Well, the dungeon was already picked, so you can't pick the same one twice.
So it's out of the deck.
Exactly.
I thought it turns cursed.
That
no,
is
that's
actually...
with the low Taroka
exactly. Sarah has it
for
correct.
the common Taroka.
Right. So for the 10,000 redemption, which Irewolf is he's just packing on the points.
Well, he's been saving them up.
Yeah, well, this is the reason why. He's just spending them all. 10,000 here, 10,000. You're going to run out real soon. Unless he has like 50,000 points. Okay, let's do a draw. Let's do a draw. Here we go. We bring the High Taroka deck.
And the High Taroka are not assigned to a person. They just are.
They just happen. And they happen whenever I want them to. So here we go. Let's deal a card.
I see the dungeon is still sitting on top.
It is. That is in the discard pile.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So I'm just going to click and let's see what happens. All right.
Oh, that looks interesting.
That is a card known as the Seer.
Ooh, these cards are so cool. I'm moving it so I was moving it to where we could see
Oh,
it.
yeah,
There
please, by all means, yeah. That's the Seer.
Just putting it in our vision.
There, I'll just give you the big view.
Well, it looks like Iron Wolf has enough points for 9 episodes.
Jeebus Christmas. Okay, well,
Dang.
He likes us, you guys, and then he played for a long time and didn't get to spend his points.
90,000
Yeah.
points. Yeah.
Wow.
Hey,
That's a lot
That
of points.
art is gorgeous. I
It's very
love.
cool.
Is there a print edition of this deck somewhere? Because I dig this deck.
I believe that there is. I believe that you can find it. I don't think it's in color, though. I think it's in black and white. But they colorized this particular version
It's
of the
still
art.
pretty freaking cool.
But yeah, you can buy the Tarokka deck, I believe.
I am a
this is
collector
close.
of tarot decks. This is really cool.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, the Seer. All right, I'll put this one into the discard pile as well. And let me just for my own acknowledgement, let me find out what it is that the Seer actually does.
The hover text says inspiration and keen intellect, a future event, the outcome of which will hinge on a clever mind.
That is correct. Let me find out what it is that this will do for the Dark Powers. The Dark Powers speak. This is the Seer, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, first let me highlight it and put it into the discard pile. But the Seer. Oh, I like this. This will be fun to use with you guys. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Okay. I'm gonna just put this away. I'm gonna remove this card. Poof! It's now in the deck in the discard pile, and we're gonna take this deck and we're gonna hide it. Gone. All right. So where were we? Oh yes, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Mikmick, I believe that you were attempting to do something just before we started.
Yeah, Mikmick will close a book and look up to Atlantic and... So, you know what's happened in this place? This place was built on a castle that was filled with death. No wonder it's haunted.
Well, yes. I mean, we've seen much death in our line of work, of course, and many strange things.
Well, and just so you know, this Lady Silvra and Lord Dranzorg were... Apparently Dranzorg defeated her father, and she tried to come back to defeat him, and it didn't go very well.
Yes.
Yes, I'm
Can't exactly tell you how, but I can imagine.
Guessing she's interred somewhere in the walls of the Foyer.
Apparently there are a lot of people interred. Well, interred in the walls of a castle that's not here anymore, so somewhere in the ground below us.
Yes,
Maybe we should go find that cellar you've been looking for.
exactly.
Wonderful, wonderful
After
idea.
the seance.
Oh yes, seance, of course. First, yes. Shall we? I mean, if you're not already done with your work. Madam, and he sort of calls outside to Amnestria. Are you quite ready to begin? We'd like to begin.
Amnestria would poke her head back in, and something would seem kind of off about her. She only looks in just with her hand on the doorway and her hair, but could have sworn her hair was orange, but it very much seems to be brown now. And she's like, no, I'm good out here actually. That's okay.
Didn't you have?
What exactly is happening with you?
I think she just went out there to
Nothing?
dye her hair. I know females do that sometimes.
I don't think that's how it works.
Yes, Mikmick, I think it requires water and dye.
It involves quite a few things. Anyway. Amnestria, just come inside. What is the problem?
Yes, we do need the four of you to have a seat, and of course to...
This entire house is creepy. What is it about this room that's bothering you? There are no dolls under the table. Look, and I'll poke my head under the table.
Could I just roll an...
I'll
maybe
actually
an
go out. I'll go to the door, too. Sorry,
Could
go
I
ahead,
roll
Mikmick.
an insight roll to see if Mikmick could see that both Amnestria and Claudiu are a little bit wary of the mirror that's in the room?
It would be a difficult check. I would think maybe,
Yeah.
If you want to know specifically, but an insight check maybe, yes, you could roll an insight check, absolutely.
Yeah, just for shits and gigs.
Sure.
Nope.
Yeah. Didn't put 2 and 2 together, unfortunately, Mikmick.
No,
I'm
not
just,
yet.
I'm just gonna look at the others and say, just give me a moment. I'll step outside of the room.
All right.
And for the moment, I'll close the door behind me, so it's just her and I in the hallway.
Okay. I'm not going to put it back in, but I'll take it for granted that
Oh,
that you've done
Matt,
it.
we just...
That's fine. It was just my sound. That's fine. I'll take it for granted
Yeah.
that you guys have done that.
Okay, yeah, the door is closed, so nobody else can see us.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I'm just going to look at her and say, young one, what's troubling you? And you may or may not notice, since you're all freaked out, but from an audience perspective, Muadnhait is much softer right now than you have seen her before. She's actually being kind of pleasant. What seems to be troubling you?
It's the mirror. I don't like mirrors.
Why ever not? You're a pretty young thing.
I don't really want to get into that right now, if that's okay. I don't like them.
Well, that's fine. Would you like me to cover the mirror, and then will you come inside?
Yes, please do that.
All right. And I will flip back into the room. Just look around and be like, somebody cover the damn mirror. Anyone? Now?
Yes, of course. Sorry, apologies. Arthur walks over to the.
the mirror for anyway?
It's just an heirloom, I would assume, of the house. Arthur sort of just walks over to the mirror and grabs a. He takes off his jacket, and he puts it over the mirror.
That should do. I'll poke my head out the door and be like, it's fine, you can come in. I'll step out of the
We would slowly enter and just seem still really on edge, looking around, just sort of holding a dagger, just be like, okay.
Like I
Try to
said, I
calm
checked
down.
under the... Just whisper to him, like I said, I checked under the table. No dolls.
The dolls weren't the problem, but
I'm gonna
just
take a seat.
kind of go off to the side here. Just keep to herself.
Okay. Cabe, who has taken a seat at one of the chairs around this table, of which there are 5 chairs, says to the 4 of you, so I'm gonna need the 4 of you to sit, please, and put your fingers on the planchette in the center of the board, please. Alanik, clearly, obviously can't sit at any of these chairs. He has his own wheelchair. And Arthur stands in the corner of the room.
I pull one of the chairs closer to me and look back at Amnestria and just kind of smile and pat the chair like, come sit here, it's fine.
There are only 5 seats.
Amnestria would just sit.
There are
In
5
the chair.
chairs, that's correct, yes.
Yeah, but 6 people who sit in them, not including a wheelchair-bound
No,
one.
the other guy's not gonna, the guy who doesn't want a seance is just gonna
Ah.
watch.
Alanik and
Okay.
Arthur go to the corner.
We're the only ones getting suckered into this shit. We're their paid guinea pigs.
I'm actually going to move you to the actual chairs. There we go. Ooh, perfectly fit.
Actually, should Cabe be where I am? Because that's right in front of the...
Good
plank-
point. Good
the
point.
report. So just shift us 2 around.
There you go. Okay. So, let us begin.
So I'm going to assume that seeing as Mikmick previously who got the vision on how this spirit board works, he knows what he needs to do.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious. Cabe instructs you to put all of your hands
Or one hand, isn't it?
You can
Oh, it's
put
one
one
hand on
hand
the
or both
blanket.
hands, depending. I've seen
It's
people
usually
do
a couple
both.
of fingers from
Yeah.
each hand.
Usually, this is a large planchette, so you should be able to put 4 different people's fingertips on this thing. As you can see, it has a hole in the center.
I like when you hold it up so that we just see your mouth through it. It's very
Hello.
Samuel Beckett.
Hello. But Cabe says to Arthur and Alanik, you're gonna need to douse your lights. They don't like lights. So
If I douse my light, I can't see the board.
oh, don't worry. And Cabe takes a candle and lights a single candle on the table.
Okay, so there's light from the candles, not from the torch.
Correct.
Okay, so Mikmick will douse the torch that he's got
Okay.
and get himself situated.
Excellent. Now let's see if I can actually bring the board to you guys.
Ooh.
This will be fun.
I was going to watch everybody's faces, but this is going to be way more interesting.
Can you guys all see that?
Yes. Oh my god,
That is
that art
awesome.
is gorgeous.
Yes, it is.
I'm zooming all the way out so I can see the whole thing at once. It's so pretty. Oh my god.
I'm going to zoom out a bit too.
It's so pretty. I want one. I'm still trying to find a Ouija board like at an estate sale that's really old. That's one of my goals.
Fair. So, the planchette is placed right on the eye. Right there. Right in the center, so you all can reach it. And Cabe says, now I want you all to close your eyes as we attempt to reach out spirits within this house. And I actually would like all of you to do so as well before we begin.
I'm gonna try really hard not to fall asleep.
Don't fall asleep. Oh, I have a very hard time believing that you're going to fall asleep after what occurs. So,
Okay.
Red and Alex, please close your eyes.
Okay.
And just breathe. Those of you watching at home, do the same. Breathe. As we attempt to contact those long past. And you hear Cabe's voice. Cabe says, spirits of this house, we are strangers who come openly and without malice. We seek only to know your stories and to help you find peace. We entreat you. Make your presence known. And there is an awkward silence. Anyone else want to say anything?
Poignot's just waiting. She's still on the skeptical side at this point.
Fair. Cabe
She's
says,
killed a lot of people.
make your spirits known. We entreat you, almost in a louder voice. Arthur, whispers rather loudly at Alanik and says, told you this wouldn't work. Alanik says, shh! Close your eyes, fool. About 15 or 16 seconds pass, and you know that this room is almost at the heart of this house, that there are no windows. But the doorway to the outside, you hear slams shut. And the candle wavers as if an ill wind has blown it. It does not go out.
Why not? Definitely, peeks an eye open when the door slams.
You open your eye, Muadnhait, and you see that Cabe has their hands on the planchette, and their eyes are wide open, as if they're seeing beyond the table.
I'll open the other eye at that point and watch them closely.
And as you feel the planchette, it begins to move. It moves to the left. It moves to the right. It moves around in a circle. And then it lands on the word greetings.
I'm looking at Cabe to see if they are doing this.
Cabe has has their hands up. The four of you are the only ones who have their hands on this board.
Okay.
Cabe says, "Are we now in contact with one of the spirits of this house?" And almost with a jerk, the planchette moves to yes. Cabe says, a little bit more furtively this time, says, "Who are we speaking to?" And the planchette begins to move. And it moves to the following letters.
Letters that we can't see because we've got our eyes closed.
Oh no, you can probably have your eyes open at this point.
I've opened mine at this point.
I don't blame you if you
said-
have your eyes open.
I said that I open mind.
So the planchette spells out the word Garland.
Oh, that's an N. I thought that was a Z. Garland. I was very confused.
Cabe looks at the four of you and says, "Now, as per the rules of this ritual, each of you may ask a question of Garland."
I think Mikmick will probably be first, and he will just say, "Do you want us to find you?"
There is maybe a couple of seconds, and then the planchette moves to yes.
So that's my one question. So
Yep.
Were you entombed here in the fight between Lady Silvra and Dransorg?
The planchette moves to the eye, then to the swords, and then the word yes. Amnestria and Claudiu?
Do you mean us harm?
The planchette moves slowly to the word no.
there's no asterisks on the board.
How do we help you?
The planchette moves to spell out a phrase. It says, And then it stops moving.
It says what? What does
Help
it say?
find under porch.
Oh, you actually moved the planchette around.
Yes.
Something
So-
that we can't see because we've got our eyes closed.
Oh, I opened my eyes. I'm watching.
Yeah,
I
as
wasn't
in
looking
Alex,
at, I
me,
wasn't
and
looking
Maeve.
at Roll20. I was looking at your face.
Oh.
Ooh.
Well, you'll be able to see it on the VOD.
Yeah.
By the way, just a side technical point. I'm so fucking glad that worked. Oh my god.
It looks really cool.
Cool.
Are those? Do we
so
each
help
only
under
get help find under porch? Is that it? Do we each only get one question?
That's what Cabe said, yeah.
So what happens after the last question?
After the last question, slowly but surely, the planchette moves to the word farewell. And then the room slowly gets warmer again. And the candle rises.
And we open our eyes now.
Now, do we know what the swords means?
Yes. I would say Cabe. You can ask Cabe, certainly.
So I'd look at Cabe and be like, the bit with the swords, what was that?
Cabe says, well, each one of these symbols, and they point to the symbols, are symbols within, they are mystical symbols, of which, my people are quite knowledgeable. They represent, the 5 elements of the arcane. We represent them in 5 symbols in our Tarokka decks as well.
And so what do the swords represent in the arcane?
I'll tell you. The symbol of swords are the suit of war. They are the suit of cards, or the symbol of ones that have chosen violence or have received violence.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I suppose that means we need to look under the porch then, yes?
Alanic says,
the other-
I suppose so. Wow, that was really amazing. And he like starts clapping, just like slow clap. Arthur's like, Alanic, that was balderdash. Alanic says, no. That was so much information. Quite a lot of information. Clearly this Garland is a spirit here trapped in the house, wants to be freed, wants the 4 of them seemingly to free. Maybe he's under the porch. He says, help under the porch, correct? I was too far away, so
I believe she said under the porch.
Help
Yes.
find under
And
porch.
it wasn't just the 4 of us, right? It was a message to all of us, yeah?
fair, yes, I would suppose so.
Do you have any books in your stack over there about the nobility of this region?
Not in this particular library, no.
Or do you know anything about the nobility of this region?
Be perhaps a little bit more specific.
Was Garland a member of the nobility here? Back when there was still a castle on these lands and not a manor house?
I don't recognize the name Garland, I'll be honest. But then again, the Hulverists were quite well connected.
It would have been, we're talking pre-Hulverist here. You know that
I
big
see.
stone tower out front?
Yes.
It was part of a castle.
Yes. Castle Levents, I believe.
Yes, and this man was entombed here by the warlord Dransorg after during whatever happened with Lady Silvra, who was the daughter of the Count of the castle. And
yes.
I don't know, I got a bit out of your books. Things apparently went terribly awry, but Dransorg was known for threatening to entomb his enemies in the walls of the house. So I'm just wondering if Garland here was one of the nobles or somebody else who fell in this fight.
I'll be honest, I did not do very much detailed research into all of the nobles that Lady Silvra brought to her side in order to fight this warlord. It could be, perhaps, one of them.
No, I just... Still not entirely convinced that this is all real, shall we say, but...
Cabe looks at you and says, "Oh, it's real."
I know you believe so. I'm simply saying that if we're about to go pull a ghost out from underneath the porch, I just want to make sure he's not going to cut our head off.
He said he wouldn't harm us.
Actually, he did say that, and I suppose if he wants to cut someone else's heads off, I really don't mind, so fine. So be it, let's go dig him up.
Arthur and Alanic and Cabe sort of give you one of these and say, after you.
Do you ever do any work, or do you just hire people to do it for you?
No, we are quite the reputation, my dear. Yes.
Under the porch.
I just kind of look at them, I'm like, I should sing for you sometime.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
It is. And then I will make my way out of the room.
All right. Cabe, Arthur, and Alanic follow you out to the porch.
Quite a large porch, isn't it? I suppose we ought to look around.
Well, it's under the porch that we need to look, so down the
I'm going to...
stairs.
This porch, is it a very terribly tall porch, or are those steps, it's like 2 steps up and we're a couple feet off the ground?
Yeah, I mean, the porch is about 5 feet off of the actual ground.
Oh, right. And underneath it, is it solidly fronted, or can you walk under it?
You can't walk under it. Like, you'd have to probably crawl under it.
If it's 5 feet tall,
But
you
you
just
would.
punch.
It's got like these like trellises and stuff like that, so you'd have to. Sort
Okay,
of punch under the
that's
trellis.
what I was asking. Like, is there a frontage on it, or is it just on stilts?
Correct. Yeah. No, it has all these sort of strange
Look at the
vines and ivies that are curling around it.
all
Yeah.
right then. Well then.
So can, I don't know, Mikmick roll an investigation? He's just looking on the top of the porch to see if there's any like loose boards.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I
Make
mean-
an investigation check.
And I'm going to go do the same thing for the ground level to look for a way in from
Sure.
the bottom.
Perfect. Put yourselves where you'd like to, or the general area where you'd like to search.
Wonderful, but could have been worse. 12.
Ooh,
Like to do the same.
Alex, nice.
Actually, would I get advantage on that, seeing as I've been researching the house?
No, I wouldn't say so.
You intimidated at the
Still
porch?
20.
Still
You
pretty good. Yeah.
I love it.
Well, I mean,
Oh, I clicked the wrong eye.
It's okay.
Well,
It happens all the time.
I think they have... Oh, so it's actually 1 less than that. It's 11.
It's fine.
but actually, I could be searching for weaknesses.
Sure. I think it perhaps in your search, you don't find it perhaps as fast as Claudiu does. Claudiu, you notice that there is a small crawl space, maybe 5 or 10 feet left of Muadnhait's position, right about here.
oh, look, there's a crawl space here.
How big is this crawl space?
It's about 3 or 4 feet tall, 3 or 4 feet wide. You could squeeze through if you wanted to.
Well, we could stand through it.
Or, yeah, Mikmick could just walk in.
Because Mikmick's only like 3 feet tall. So.
Very true.
I'm going to go just sort of... I want to poke my head in to see if it's a tunnel or if it's just a small door.
Okay. You can make a perception check, please.
I can't just see that with dark vision.
Yeah, okay, I'll give it that one to you. It looks
I
like
was like,
It looks like a, it's not a door, per se. It's just like a tunneled area under the porch. Covered over by vines and ivy.
I have to stand back for a moment. Tiny one.
Yes?
Think we found a job well suited for you?
Is it going into a tight area without a light source?
I mean, I can give you a torch.
Well, in that case, I'll come over.
I give him one of my torches.
Okay.
My kid only came with 3 for some reason, but I don't need them, so he can have
Okay. Cool.
I guess I get a Monster Hunters pack from my background. I guess they think Monster Hunters don't need torches.
We'll have to figure that out. Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that, obviously this is a 2-dimensional representation, but you are now sort of going underneath the porch. Am I correct, Mikmick?
Actually, very quickly, Mikmick,
the
before
torch.
you go,
Sure.
I'm going to pull. So my hair, as you remember, comes down past my knees, and there's a couple of small braids in it. I'm going to lift one up, cut it off, tie it into a little necklace, and hang it around his neck.
Hmm.
And this is an eerie token.
Ooh.
So while he has this, I can send telepathic messages to him up to 25 years. I can also see...
Up to 25 years?
Up to
No,
25
sorry,
years later. What?
Up to 25 words. I'm sorry. I can send a telepathic message up to 25 words. He cannot respond. I can just send him the message. But as long as I'm within 10 miles of it, I can enter a trance for 1 minute and see through it.
Oh.
I can see and hear.
Some of these options seem much worse
so
than others.
And so then when I end the trance, the token is destroyed. But for a minute, I'll be able to see and hear through my lock of hair around Mikmick's neck.
Okay. Not to mention, I completely forgot the fact that you are outside. It is pouring rain.
Yeah, I give 0 shits.
So it's just mud, encrusted, lightning's peeling, fog's roiling all around you. Mikmick, in the sputtering torch, you're able to enter if you so desire. You want to go on in?
I would recommend you light the torch just inside. Meanwhile, you kind of see Muadnhait turn her face up to the sky, open her mouth, and take a deep breath in.
Okay.
And she seems a little bit calmer.
I totally agree with Iron Wolf. The underside of porches are terrifying. Especially in the rain and during a storm.
So many bugs.
So, Mikmick, go ahead and walk in there, Mikmick. Go ahead, enjoy.
And I have torchlight, so
Sure.
we'll say I walk underneath, but
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, as once he is out of sight, I am going to enter a trance and watch through the token as he goes through this tunnel.
Okay.
I'm paying very close attention to how much space there is in there.
Mm-hmm.
And you will probably notice that her fists are a little bit clenched as she does this.
Fair. Mikmick, just move one space to your left, please.
left.
Yep. There we go. Perfect. Mikmick, you sort of scooch down, light the torch. You're down underneath. Claudiu, you can see the glowing orange of the torch underneath the rain-soaked wood of the porch, so you know that it's very unlikely that this thing is going to catch fire. Through your eerie token, Muadnhait, you're able to see what it is that Mikmick sees. Arthur, Alanik, and Cabe are still on top and are sort of watching from above. And Amnestria, you are a little bit behind. You're sort of like out in the rain a little bit, maybe about 20 feet or so, as you watch Mikmick head in underneath the porch. The camera changes to Mikmick's position. Mikmick, what you see in the sputtering light of the torch is a festering, muddy, just mess under this. You see a couple of dead animals, skeletons, rocks, a torrent of mud, and a somewhat strange thing when you positioned your light in the correct way. You see a 5-foot wide rectangle of gray mud that seems colored differently than the rest of the brownish black sluice that you are squeeching through. What do you want to do?
Well, not knowing that Muadnhait is seeing through his eyes, through the...
Well,
Give me
I'm
token.
seeing through the hair around your neck, yes.
Yeah. Mikmick will just reach down and touch this weird grey mud, just to see if he can... he feels the texture of it. See if it is actual mud or if it's like oil-stained mud or something like that.
Sure. So you put your hand down into the grayish mud, and you come real close to it just to see what it is. And the mud begins to move. And you see that the mud isn't mud at all, but in fact, hundreds and hundreds of maggots which swarm out of the gray and onto your arm. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Oh, that's so gross. Oh, that's so gross.
That's really bad.
And we're going to get into initiative with this amazing swarm of maggots.
So gross. So
I hate
gross.
to leave during initiative.
And we will have, unfortunately, Alex, you will take your leave
Yeah, I
of
have
us.
to.
That's totally fine, man.
Oh,
But thank you for
I'll try
joining
to be
us.
on longer next week.
No, great. We enjoy your presence as always.
thank you for
so-
lasting this long.
There we go. Before you go, Alex, I will show you the wonderful art for
Oh
the
god, is it
swarm
maggot
of...
art?
It's maggoty
God.
maggot art. Hold on one second here. Here we go. It's a swarm of maggots. This is one of the new creatures out of Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. Here we go, folks.
Oh, fuck you, Van Richten. No, I'm closing that right now. Oh, I hate that. That's horrifying. Oh, I hate it so much.
Sorry, Sarah.
It's okay.
They all turn into
That was-
flies. It's so
That
good.
was bad. That was real bad.
Sorry.
Real bad.
Once they become flies, everything is fine.
It's good. Look at all
Yeah,
this.
you-
Look at all those. God.
I refuse to look at all of
Okay,
those.
I'm gonna close
I
that
can
up.
Smell it now. Ugh.
Okay, and we're going to take
They
a
all
break.
come out to us when we die. Look at that.
We'll go into initiative with the maggot swarm. So, don't go anywhere,
That
folks.
Mikmick just put his hand into it. So that's gonna be fun.
Skeleton wouldn't have that many maggots.
That's
Like,
true. That's true.
It wouldn't. It would still be a lot of flesh on that body.
That's true. Unless it was like, a
How?
long, long time.
Far in is he?
It's 10 feet in.
10 feet. So would I be able, like, if I actually looked in the hole, would I be able to see him where he is?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But we will get back
Yes.
to the
that's
maggoty
right, that's
goodness
right.
when we come back.
Oh,
All right, see you guys in about 7 minutes.
it's so gross.
Okay, we're back. All right. So, with that, folks, let me introduce you to our first real combat of the game. I will ask you all to roll initiative. And to remind you, who have maybe never used Roll20 before, to roll initiative, you must click on your token before you hit the initiative button on your character sheet. Otherwise, it will roll initiative, but it will not show up in the turn order item that we have here.
When you say click your token, Matt, you mean that I just have my character highlighted?
You just have to click your
yeah,
token.
like if you
Yep.
click your token, so you've got the little bars and stuff around, it means you're selected. Yeah. And then go into your sheet and click initiative.
There you go.
Bum-ba-da-bum.
And I will do for Claudio what he would do for you. Which is to roll initiative. Whoa! Hello,
Oh,
Claudio. He
hey,
was
Claudio.
ready. He was ready. He was on the money. All right, let me show everybody what the turn order is. And of course, Alanic, Ray, and Cabe must roll initiative as well. And Arthur, too.
I feel like 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 people versus a maggot swarm. This maggot swarm can't be our only enemy.
We shall see. I mean, technically they do outnumber us.
That's right.
It's a swarm, though. It's like one creature.
Okay.
A single maggot can do like what, like 1/1000th of a point of damage.
Okay, so lots of NPCs here to go through. I will go ahead and say Alanic and Arthur, I'm going to say, are non-combatants for this particular combat. So we're going to go ahead and take Arthur and Alanic out. Cabe, however, they'll jump in at the appropriate time. But Claudiu is first, and as Alex espoused, he would love to throw some Jim's magic missile at this creature. So I'm sure he will do so.
Jim's magic missile.
Well, the difference between Jim's magic missile and regular magic missile is that Jim's magic missile, you actually have to roll a d20 for your three attacks.
Does it do more damage?
It does. It does 2d4
okay.
force damage
Okay.
for every hit, rather than the 1d4 plus 1. And
Okay.
this is the really cool thing about Jim's magic missile, is if you roll a natural 20 on any of your attacks, it does a lot more force damage than just 2d4.
Oh,
If you roll a natural 1, all 3 of those blow up in your face.
oh my
That's
god.
terrible.
This spell is hilarious. Where did it come from?
It came from Acquisitions Incorporated,
Okay.
from a specific character whose name is Jim Dark Magic.
Okay.
And the guy who made it wanted to use a magic missile spell specifically to do some fun stuff, because magic missile is boring, and so he wanted to just say, Jim Dark Magic doesn't do just boring old magic missile. He does Jim's magic missile. So
Jim's magic
here we
missile.
go.
I love it.
Let's give the good old heave ho here.
I did actually have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
Do I have to count my crossbow bolts?
You will, but not at this point, so don't worry about it. I think you have 20 crossball bolts. If you run out
have
of crossbow
20, yes.
bolts, we'll talk.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Jim's magic missile, number 1. All right, that's an 8. 18, sorry.
18.
An 18
yeah.
will hit. I'm going to go ahead and roll these 3 attacks, and then we'll for 6 force damage. Second bolt of Jim's magic missile is a 9 that will miss, unfortunately. And the third is a 16 that will also hit. So a total of 13 force damage from Claudiu.
Dang.
Bam, bam! He throws it through, and you watch as just dozens of these maggots that are just glomming onto Mikmick's skin are just burned to a crisp and fall into the dirt. Okay, Muadnhait, it is now your turn.
I come out of the trance, and the braid of hair that was around Mikmick's neck just dissolves into salt water and falls on the ground. Like, just pours down from his neck.
So it
as
makes it even more wet. Okay.
Yep, you're even more wet, sorry. As I move forward, this is the entrance here.
Yes, that is correct.
And I just kind of poke my head in, like, very slowly. I'm clearly really, really not happy about this. As I poke my head in, I see the swarm of maggots, and I just go, oh, disgusting. And I hit it with Vicious Mockery.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
As we all know, the wise maggots.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw.
You're mocking the maggots.
It got a 15. Holy shit.
Ah, shit!
I spoke too soon.
No damage.
No damage at all, unfortunately.
On the wise maggots. And then I moved 2 that way. I'm going to move 3 back this way. I don't want to be anywhere near that entrance.
Fair. All right.
And I just kind of I moved forward very slowly, but after pulling out, I pull out very quickly and move down, and I kind of have my back against the trellis. And I kind of turn my head up to the sky.
What was your vicious
deep-
mockery that was so
Disgusting.
Okay.
That was it. that was the vicious mockery. The vicious mockery was disgusting.
Understandable. All right.
And then that was that. Yeah, that was it.
Fantastic.
But that I'm sorry, I was flavoring that because.
Oh,
of
I love
reasons.
it. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, we're up to Amnestria. Amnestria, you watch as your compatriots are clearly funneling their offensive powers into this space. What do you do?
Well, I do want to move closer, but I am curious. I want to move 20 feet here.
Okay.
Can I fire from here?
You can, but it will be a disadvantage because you cannot see inside.
Dark vision doesn't help me, I guess.
Unfortunately not at this particular area. Also because Claudiu is kind of in the way.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see now. Would I just want to roll twice then?
What are you trying to do?
I want to fire my crossbow.
Yeah, then go ahead and fire your crossbow. It'll be a disadvantage. So you'll take the lower of the 2 numbers that come out here. So that's a 9. Yeah. The crossbow bolt actually sort of goes too high and sticks in the lower part of the door frame above the porch.
That does mean you can retreat it. So
That's true. Anything else, Amnestria?
No. I'm gonna stay where I am.
All right. The maggots. God, this is the first time. This could be the first time DMing that I'm gonna say the maggots.
Oh God! No, you've said it several times.
Oh, sorry. Well, in terms of what their action is. Okay. So, yeah, the thing with swarms is they occupy your space. So, eek. This is going to really just crawl up into your jam there. Here we go. And like almost to infest you. And that is a 17 to hit.
I think it's 17 hits.
Okay. That is 10 piercing damage.
Jesus!
Well, guess what? I'm down.
Okay.
Oh,
Whammo blammo. The maggots just... In fact, hold on. I'm sorry, Sarah, but I have to do this.
That's okay. It's fine. Do it. Oh God, is there a sound effect?
There is.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Hold on. I mean, I do this.
I'm
I do
sorry.
this. I do this for the vibes, folks. Here we go.
I should have given my character.
You can hold your ears if you want to. It's fine.
Fucking maggots. No, it's fine. I'll listen.
Okay, here we go.
Part of the game. Ah! No, I'm taking them.
ASMR, folks.
Oh, it's so gross. I can hear it even with my headphones out here.
Oh, jeez, that's giving me the friggin' willies. Ah, damn.
Oh, it's still happening.
Ah, okay, I'm dropping it. I'm gonna slow it down and I'm gonna drop it. Okay.
It's getting
Oh God,
louder.
I feel gross just even putting these back on my ears.
It's off. Okay.
Oh God, I know, but it was coming from that. I could hear it even when I had my headphones out here. Damn
Okay.
you, good headphones.
Oh
God.
Do me a favor, Mikmick, please roll a Constitution saving throw, please. I know that you're down.
Okay, con save. Okay.
It's a good thing that the hail and all the rain stopped our chat
18.
from listening to it too badly. But it definitely was some clickety clicking. Love it.
It was real gross. That was real gross. It was like a wet clickety there.
Okay, 18. 18, that's good. Okay, very good. Okay, but yes, in fact, our friend Mikmick is down.
Great.
Mikmick, roll a death saving throw, please.
Now for the fun part, because I get advantage.
Yes!
Nice, Reborn.
Oh, look at that. Like Jason
I don't have to roll a
Voorhees.
second.
Covered in maggots. You just sit straight up.
Yeah, I think that goes up to 1 hit point, doesn't it?
It does. You go up to 1 hit point and are coated in maggots, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That is your turn. It is now Cabe's turn.
Well, is it Cave's turn? Because I haven't had a go.
No.
Yeah, it's a death save.
You sure
Your
did.
death
That
save
was the
was
death
your
saving
turn.
throw that
Yeah.
you got a 1 on.
Alright.
Or natural 20, I
Yeah,
should say.
Yeah.
So now it's Cabe. Cabe sort of jumps over the side of the porch, and screams into the rain like, "What's going on? What the hell?" And Claudiu's like, "Yeah, covered in maggots. Not cool. Under there." And Cabe's like, "Shit," and runs, sort of looks, says, "I can't see a goddamn thing in there." And like, because Cabe has no dark vision, and just like squints. And let's see, what does Cabe
Didn't we
have?
carry a torch in there?
Nope.
Yeah. Mikmick does have a torch in there, so he can
Yeah, it's
see.
on the ground though, in the
Yeah,
mud
exactly.
and the rain, which means it's sort of sputtering and probably out by now, I would think.
Yeah.
So Cabe, Cabe pulls a longbow. No, Cabe does not pull a longbow. Cabe pulls out a short sword and runs into this hole. Cabe is a halfling, so Cabe can make it in because Cabe is small. So Cabe runs in, sees all these maggots covering you, and attempts to scrape them off with their short sword. And rolls a 17, which hits,
Nice.
doing 4 piercing damage. All right. It is now Claudiu's turn. Claudiu will, now that he's used his 1 spell, he still has 1 slot remaining, and he doesn't want to cast Burning Hands. That would be bad. So he will toll the dead. So he puts up up
nice.
2 fingers like this,
Love
and
that
sort of makes
cantrip.
a circular motion, and you hear him just go, and like this horrible like string of words comes out of his mouth, and you hear just faintly the sound of like a bell, just boom, through the rain. And I believe that's a wisdom saving throw. Yes, it is. And the maggots will make another wisdom saving throw.
If they've taken damage, the damage is different.
Correct. If they've taken damage and they don't make their save, which they
They take more
don't,
damage.
they take a lot more damage. And they rolled a 0. I shit you not, a 0 on their wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, like instead of a D8, isn't it like a D12?
It is
or
in fact
something?
there, exactly. And it says it in the actual spell. If you scroll up, you'll see. The D
there
type
you go.
becomes a D12 if the target is missing any of its hit points. So, that is 1d12.
You can build that into the sheet that it'll roll both and you can grab
Correct.
them.
Exactly, yes. So,
I
that...
have it in a different game, that's why.
No
I said
problem.
that.
It's just going to be, instead of a D8, it's a D12. So, he's just going to roll a D12. Here it comes.
Be higher than a 5.
And it's 8.
Yay!
Okay, and with that, you feel all of these horrible insect-like creatures just fall off in droves, and they are no more.
So you're saying the swarm's dead? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
No, there's no more movement.
Okay. So, not being that phased, even though he's just gone down, he'll search the areas where the maggots were, knowing that if there's maggots there's probably a body there. So he's going to search for the body.
Okay.
Probably
So,
a disadvantage, seeing as he's in the dark.
yep, he is in the dark. The mud and the rain that has collected underneath this porch is kind of, it's almost like a small stream or pool. So you're just sort of digging through all this dark gray mud that has
Are
been
we
stirred
out
up.
of initiative?
You are out of initiative. Let me remove the turn order.
Muadnhait is still just kind of like leaning back against the wall. She's like, "Is it done?"
Claudiu says, yes, it's done. He's a little worse for wear in there. But,
Well, that's
Mikmick, you
unfortunate.
all right in there?
Bloody waste of a token.
Mikmick? Hello?
Yeah, I'm fine, I think. I think I may have passed out for a bit there, but I think these creatures were, for lack of a better word, protecting the body, just searching for it now, though it is still a bit hard to see.
Does someone have another torch for our friend here? It looks like that one went out in the rainwater.
I will inch slowly towards the opening and without looking in, just chuck an unlit torch back at them.
Okay.
And then move back away from the opening again.
Rick doesn't have a fire starter.
That's okay. Yeah. He's like, what am I supposed to do with this thing?
The
Claudiu.
halfling is dead. The halfling is back there.
Yeah. Cabe like takes out some tinder, and they.
I'm not gonna throw a lit torch at you. I'm evil, but not that evil.
Cabe applies the tinder to the torch, and the orange light from the torch lights. And in the light of the torch, you now see that this mass of earth that has been disturbed by all of these creatures coming out leave a sizable but muck-ridden hole, rectangular hole in the ground. Like a grave-sized, like 6 foot wide and 6 feet long hole in the ground. You're going to continue to look through. I mean, it looks like you might have to dig.
Yeah. He'll dig as best as he can with no tools.
Sure. Cabe takes out their short sword and starts to sort of dig through the muck with you. And you spend about 5 minutes digging through this muddy refuse in the light of your torch. And Claudiu's sort of looking in. He's like, find anything in there yet? Cabe's like, we're looking. Please. Just leave us alone for a sec. Cabe looks over.
Like a burial site of some description.
Cabe looks over at you in the
it's just
torchlight, Mikmick, and says, are you okay? You look, got all these little red dots all over you. Are you alright?
I think those maggots bit a little bit hard.
Yeah. Sorry. But, well, we'll see if we can help you out. Maybe you want to have that bandage looked at.
Mikmick would look down at the bandage. I'm afraid to find out what lives underneath it at the moment. I need to have a bit of a break to just find out and remember who I am.
You don't remember who you are?
No, I only remember just today, waking up on a surgery table of some description. I ran when I heard that there was somebody or something coming down the hall into the mist and came out here.
Well, I'm sure you'll perhaps recover your knowledge, your memory. Anyway, I'm sorry. Let me just... And they continue to dig through the mud. After, again, like about 5 minutes, you hear a ting. And Cabe looks at you. I think we hit something solid down there.
Well, that's better than all this mud and shit.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Here. And Cabe sort of reaches down and starts clearing away sort of all this goop and muck and sort of squeezes down. I think I got something. I think...
If we want to make a strength check, I'll help
Go for
Cabe.
it. Yeah, just for flavor, but go ahead.
Yeah, so just a strength check, simple strengths. Or do you want to acrobatics?
Yeah,
Strengths.
athletics is fine.
Athletics?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah. I think that you sort of reach down, help Cabe steady themselves, and pull this thing out of this hole. And what comes out in the hands of Cabe Whippoorwill is about a 4.5 long piece of wood, attached to which at the end is a rather nasty looking and very sharp looking axe blade. This particular axe is embossed with strange looking sort of sharp toothed toads that are sort of salivating, almost as if they're sort of drooling with wild eyes all over it. And Cabe puts the axe on the ground. And yeah. Go ahead, Mikmick, and make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Save. Okay. Standard. Oh, nat 20.
Ooh, look at you!
Very nice, very nice.
Being covered in all these maggots has actually made me more wise.
Agreed,
They
agreed.
were wise maggots, apparently.
The axe, when it's placed on the ground, you hear this sort of dull thud, thum, and you see it, you know, besides the fact that it's been coated in mud, it's a beautiful weapon. If a little bit intimidating looking for certain. But you just hear in your mind this sort of whisper that says, I am here. Use me. Use me. And you sort of shake your head for a second, then the voice disappears.
Okay. Cabe.
Yeah?
Have you ever heard of weapons that can speak to you?
They sort of squint their eyes and say, well, I mean, if it speaks to you, please, by all means, you know, you can use it.
I mean, I was going to use it. I think it'd be a little bit more effective than this.
I mean, it's
table
nice.
that
It's
I've
really
created.
old, but it's beautiful. I mean, a little weird looking, but yeah.
Well, Mikmick will probably be taking hold of that new axe.
Okay.
As he said, it's probably a little bit more effective than the table leg.
Sure.
Probably a little bit. And he'll walk out back into the rain with the rest of his party.
Okay. Claudiu, as you come out, sort of looks at you coming out with Cabe and goes, oh, what did you find?
I Well,
As
we
Mikmick comes
found
out, you kind of see, you see Muadnhait visibly relax a little bit and get back a little bit of her cool, calm demeanor.
I don't think we found an actual person, but I know this may sound weird, but I think the spirit we contacted was actually the spirit of this axe that we found. And he holds up the new axe towards Claudius for him to have a look at it.
You're saying an axe spoke to us, not a person?
As I said, I know it sounds weird, but when we first pulled it out, I heard a voice coming from it. And, I mean, when I asked it if it meant us any harm, it said no. So...
Wait, the axe said it didn't mean you any harm.
No, I mean, during the seance.
I actually think I asked that.
And, yeah, sorry, it was you, Amnestria. But I asked if it wants to be found.
Claudiu says, well, I mean, it's a nice axe. If it's a haunted axe, that's... I don't know what that means. If we have to release the spirit inside of it, I don't know. But whatever,
A
it's...
haunted axe. This is all... It's all just magic. There are no ghosts. Back in the house.
Cabe sighs and says, okay, well, yeah, I think we could probably step out of the rain if that's all that was underneath there.
Well, I mean, I don't think Muadnhait's ability to just yell out to the spirits will cause the spirit that we actually connected to respond to her.
Okay.
Basically saying that with Muadnhait's just saying, hello, spirits.
Fair, yeah,
I
it
mean,
seems like that's not working out
Muadnhait-
too well.
Well, also, Muadnhait is still a deep skeptic on all of this shit. She's just like, whatever, getting paid, doing what I'm getting paid to do. Let's go hunt some ghosts.
Right, exactly.
She's actually just going upstairs.
Okay.
So, the axe I got is any specific axe, or?
I mean, it's a very nice looking axe. That's all you know for now.
Yeah.
In other
Mikmick
words,
will
until
go in
you
inside,
cast Identify.
which we don't. I don't. Yeah, Mikmick will go.
Or, as I think we previously determined, spend an hour with it. You can identify it.
Yeah,
Indeed.
Mikmick will probably head back into where they had the seance room, knowing it's got decent light in there, and just more closely study the weapon that he's found, or they found.
Okay. Claudiu moves in as well. Alanic and Arthur also move in. Alanic and Arthur sort of look at each other and say, well, that was a harrowing episode. I don't, suppose that you'll want to perhaps, well, I mean, you're more than welcome to, rest your weary bones, if you'd like. Or we plan to stay the night, of course. You will be paid, of course, as our first seance was certainly a success, I would say. More information for tomorrow night, I would say. Especially hoping that the storm passes us by. But if you would like to search perhaps more of the house before we retire for the evening, you're more than welcome. Would you be a dear, Cabe, and just shut the door, if you wouldn't mind? And Cabe sort of huffs because the sound is ridiculous, and you hear the storm shut. from the door side.
From the top of the staircase, I look down and say, well, if we're staying here, at the very least, I'm going to search for reasonable accommodations.
That's perfectly acceptable from what we understand. There are bedrooms on the second and... I don't know if there are anything on the third floor, but I believe that the living quarters were on the second and perhaps the third floor.
Very good to know.
Cabe, would you prefer to accompany them? Cabe says, I mean, certainly, Mr. Ray, I'll have no problem doing so if you and Arthur are planning to do more research before you retire. And Arthur says, well, Cabe, that's a pleasant idea, and I appreciate it, and I'm sure Alanic does too. Am I right, Alanic? Yes, of course, Arthur. Cabe, by all means, if they're intending to go up to the second floor, please, do give them a hand, would you? Yes, of course, Mr. Ray. Right. And he wheels into the parlor. Arthur says, well, hopefully we'll see you soon, and goes in and shuts the door.
I look over the banister and I'm like, well, are you coming?
Yes, I just want to check one thing before I do.
By all means.
Amnestria would go back into the room where the harp was and look from the doorway to see if that doll is still there.
The what is still there? I'm sorry.
The doll.
The doll.
Oh,
doll
the
that looked like
doll.
her.
That Claudiu was floating around.
Yes, you look on the floor, and the doll is still there.
On the table before I go.
Yeah, he left it on the table, Matt, just so you know.
That's fine.
Right
On the
now it's on
table
the floor.
rather than the
Okay.
floor.
Okay, we were just checking to make sure that it hadn't actually moved.
I mean, you remember it being on the table, so it's on the table.
I'm gonna pick it up.
Okay. You go walk over.
Like here-ish?
Yeah, somewhere around there, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pick it up. It's made out of very sort of smooth porcelain, very hard, very cold to the touch. The head, however, is not made from this hard material. The head is sort of a plush. As you can see that one of the eyes is sewn into it. A black button eye. But only one. The other's missing.
I will take it with me and go back to where everyone else is.
Okay.
And while Mikmick is trying to look over the new axe, he's going to ask the ghost hunters, whoever is closest to him at the time. He'll just go, do either of you know if there's a kitchen or laundry where I can get all the mud and crap off this axe?
I'll be honest with you, my diminutive friend. We've not really done very much searching of the house, but I'm sure you'll find some place to wash yourself. Although, don't know necessarily if the plumbing of this particular house is in any good order. Guess you'll have to find out for yourself.
Also, I should have said this earlier, but you said this is the first time you've entered the building. But when you were approaching the building, a light went on. Do you have friends in here, or what?
I'm sorry, you said a light?
Yeah, a light went on as you were approaching this house.
As you were approaching?
No, as you three were.
I did not see a light, I'm sorry to say.
Out of game, that was in last episode.
I know.
Yeah.
Yep. In other
was just-
words, we saw it, he didn't.
Yes. Oh, that's concerning. That means there may be somebody else in here.
Possible. I hope not.
Unless these ghosts can actually activate a light switch. But
What is a light switch?
or activate a torch or a candle.
You mean? Yeah, I would. Yes. Sort of like looks aside to Arthur. Arthur's like, just go. Yes, right.
I'll have to look into that, I think. And Mikmick will walk back out of the seance room. And can he remember where the light came from?
Second floor.
Second floor. Okay, so he'll walk back down to his current party, and he'll say out loud, I'm not sure if how many of you noticed this, but as these ghost hunters were approaching this house, a light went on upstairs.
Yes, I did see that. Well, at first, to be perfectly honest, I assumed that they knew who was here and they were just coming to, I don't know, have a fight, raid the place.
I mean, that was my
Whatever you
initial
men
impression as
do.
well. That somebody of their group was here previously and just waiting for them to arrive, but apparently they know nothing.
I assumed they were coming to fight whoever was already here, but, you know.
So I think, as they said, that there are bedrooms upstairs. I think we should keep our wits about us as we head upstairs, because we may have a visitor that hasn't been seen yet.
That is a...
I always have my wits about me. Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. I think that's a very good idea.
So,
Are we
Abe,
ready to go?
will you show us up to the second floor?
Oh, certainly. I mean, it's fine. Just head on up. You'll just. You want me to go in front? Cape says.
Well, we don't know where the staircase is.
What do you mean?
I'm
It's
literally,
right there.
I am standing on the top of it right now.
Yeah. Technically,
I thought that was-
up. It goes up that way. So it's technically you're at the front.
Yeah, I
of the
wasn't
stairs.
sure if that was just going up to another level or if it was
Let's
just
go-
like up
that's
like a
the-
foot or two.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's the staircase that goes upstairs.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
This is the bottom.
Yep.
I
Okay.
am at the top.
Yeah, I just had to try and figure out
There you go.
the geometry of it. So it's a staircase going up, and then
Mhm.
basically the area that Amnestria was. Basically, this area is on the ground.
Yes.
Yes.
You got it.
Correct.
So up here is the top.
Because I was hiding underneath it right
Correct.
here when we
Correct.
first came in.
Exactly.
Okay. Sorry, I just had to get the geometry right because I thought where I'm standing was actually the upper level.
Right.
Ah, okay.
So
Okay.
okay,
So let me move you guys to the second floor. But I'm going to copy and paste to make sure I have your lighting things correct here. So give me 1 second here. Okay. All right. I found it. Actually, I just found out it's the opposite because the bottom of the staircase, it doesn't really matter that much because the staircase actually goes like this. It curves like, where you are standing right now actually is the bottom of the staircase because it curves up and to the left.
yeah.
Not,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Oh, before, because when we came out this door, you said the stairs were going up or right in front of us.
Yeah.
I will show you. There we go.
Yeah.
What other way? I'm just going to put myself at the front of the stairs then. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to stand on you.
No.
Oh, I can't go past him, though. Oddly enough. Is there a
Okay.
closed door there?
There is, let me double check. I'm pretty sure there is, in fact, a closed door. No, wait,
And
I
we don't
can see
have-
the whole. I can see the whole
Yeah.
floor. First of all.
We don't have the dynamic lighting yet.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, let me take you off this map. Why? Why, folks? Why? This is not helpful to me. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, I'm back in the dining room.
Yeah, let me just move you guys. Give me 1 second.
This
Slight.
is the
Do what you
daylight
gotta,
mode
man.
version that we had.
Yes.
Do what you gotta.
It's fine. I got this. Talk amongst yourselves.
Back at this.
Back amongst yourselves.
There we go. Okay.
Maybe we can.
I got it now. Okay, now I bring you to the actual map. And there you are.
There we go.
That's better.
Hey.
Yay.
Now step into the hallway. I see a comfy chair and what looks like a painting.
Yeah, you do. This is another beautiful but dusty hallway. And first of all, I'm going to give you a little bit more music now because I think this is music.
I was gonna say we haven't had much background. In this whole
Yeah,
thing.
it's just a lot of quiet. There we go.
There we go.
A little bit more sauce.
Like it.
So, this, the creak of your footsteps on the rickety floorboards mingles with the groans of the building around you. Muadnhait, since I think you're the first person to the second floor, correct?
Yes.
Something moves
As I was saying.
in your periphery with your passive perception the way it is. You look down the hall to the north, and you could have sworn that you saw like a person? Is it a trick of the light? Like all the way down to the north, beyond.
Well, then I'm immediately going to walk to where I thought I saw them.
Okay. You walk. Nothing there. Just another hallway planted with these urns with withered fronds in them. There are many doors along this hallway. There's one directly to the east of you, to the north, actually. And it seems like that corridor actually moves east-west and then maybe goes down a bit to the south.
Can I make an active perception check to try to find the thing that I just ran down here to see?
Absolutely.
Well,
I mean, was it like maybe rather sizable vermin fleeing for cover or something else? You can't shake the feeling you're not alone.
this is a door?
Can you ping what you're just...
Right here.
Yeah, that is a door.
I'm going to look over my shoulder at the others and be like, I saw something? I'm going to open the door.
Okay.
I'll
Open
step
the
right in
door.
front of it. There we go. Eh?
This seems to be some form of a bedroom. You open the door, and you see that this is a bedchamber, clearly, finely appointed by any measure, but something about it causes the fine hairs to stand on the back of your neck. You have the feeling that you are not alone in this place for certain, and somehow, especially on this floor, certainly more than on the first floor, that this place is never truly empty. You see a grand canopied bed occupying the center of the room, its headboard engraved with the phases of the moon, strangely enough. You see a wardrobe, a writing desk, and a torn leather chair filling out the space, all bearing rampant mildew, like a chemical smell also, or like ammonia or medication maybe, lingers here. And this enormous four-poster bed seems rather oppressive rather than comfortable despite its plush trappings. There are doors on the east and west side of this room as well. What are the rest of you guys doing?
Well, Amnestria's gonna enter the room, and upon seeing both a mirror and a door to her left, she's gonna try to open the door on her left.
Okay.
I think I'm in front of it.
You open the door, and you see to your west, Amnestria, that there are wicker chairs and a small table, ostensibly set for tea, occupying this airy morning room. You see that there are pale drapes falling away from wide windows, which have, of course, been shuttered. Boarded up, I should say. Overlooking what you can only assume to be the manor's grounds. A plump, tasseled pillow embroidered with the name News, News, rests near another one of this house's many fireplaces.
I'd like to enter the room and take one of those curtains down if possible.
Okay. You want to just rip it down?
Yeah.
Okay, make an athletics check.
Athletics. Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, you pull on it, you give it a big tug. It doesn't come off.
I'm going to take a seat at the writing desk here and see, just sort of going through drawers, looking through what's on top of it, see if there's anything interesting.
We can make an investigation check if you'd like.
19.
Okay. You open the drawers, they're completely empty. They're just coated with dust. Nothing in them at all. But when you open the drawers of this desk, you note that the scent, this sort of medical scent, becomes much more pungent. Like whatever was making that smell was in this place, was in this desk.
That's very strange. I want to start opening any other, like, cabinet or anything like that in the room to see if they all smell the same.
Yeah, you open the cabinet here. It's empty. You see a metal rod across the top. Clearly this was meant for
No
someone's
weird
shirts.
smell.
No smell there, for certain. The bed. You sort of walk around the bed. The bed is immaculately made. Coated with, of course, like everything, a fine layer of dust and grime. It smells as well. It smells like sickness, like medication, like decay. And yet another of these wonderful, beautiful fireplaces.
Nope. There's a door. Is this the only other door out of here? Down here?
That is correct. There are two doors, one which Amnestria has gone through, and then another to the bottom right of this room.
Then I nope this way.
Okay, you open that door.
Yes.
You open the door, and it showcases another room.
Now this is what I've been looking for.
A bathroom.
Yes.
Remnants of opulent fixtures fill this moldy bathroom. Wardrobes, dressing screens, and a vanity with a cracked mirror. Fractured in pieces. You also see a raised marble tub next to a built-in fireplace, asserting a commitment to decadence.
I am to the far side of the fireplace, going immediately to the tub and turning the tap to see if the water comes on.
Okay. You turn the tap, you hear a squeak and a rumble, and almost like a gurgling sound, like the sound that humans make when they're hungry and liquid. You hear the sound of sloshing liquid and banging, like metal banging. And then from the faucet you hear, and out of the faucet, this curdled brownish black liquid spouts out of the faucet and into the tub.
I take a step back.
It gushes out. And then, like, blackish brown sludge, not liquefied at all, just starts to funnel out of the tub. Faucet.
And it doesn't clear at all. It just stays sludge.
It starts to just come out like chocolate.
Oh, I turn the tap back off.
As tight as you can. And the sludge-like paste just drips like goo-like little strands of it into the tub.
And Mikmick will just say, who's entered the room with Moy not seeing as she found the bathroom, say, well, looks like I'm not having a bath today. And
Suppose that makes two of us.
And Mikmick will actually see if he can investigate the sludge, see if he can figure out why it has turned to sludge.
Okay. While you're doing that, let's switch back to Amnestria. Amnestria, you're back in the room with the gaudy window shades. What are you doing whilst the rest of your team is in the bathroom?
Just kind of looking around, seeing if there's anything of interest.
Sure, make an investigation check.
If it's not one, she finds a mirror.
There's lots of mirrors in this place. I don't think that she'd need a nat 1 for it. Oh, okay. You look around the room. You see, that there's this sort of plump pillow. And you sort of move your hand over it, and you see that it's coated with this very fine black hair. And it's almost got a sort of a dimple in it. You don't know what that means, but you think that maybe this might have been a pet? It's got some rather ominous dark stains on it, unfortunately. And near to it, there is another doll. This one with teeth marks all over it. It looks like it's been sort of torn a bit.
That's interesting, to say the least.
You also see that there's this tea set. If you remember me telling you about that there's this table set for tea. 4 cups, this teapot, beautiful teapot, delicate pattern of flowering foxglove. You assume it's probably...
How big is the teapot?
No, and it's a decent sized teapot. Probably enough to carry at least a gallon of liquid. It's not a bad material either. You think it's probably not inexpensive. You look and you see that one of the cups actually isn't like the others in that it's not just dust and dirt. That one of the cups actually has tea leaves dried at the bottom of it. You want to take a look closer?
Yeah, I do.
Cool. You look at the tea leaves. bring it up to your face, and you see that the debris forms the shape of a screaming face missing an eye.
I'm gonna pick up the teapot and then try to leave the room.
Okay. As you leave the room, something catches your eye. Standing in the corner of the room, and this thing wasn't there before, is a figure facing the corner. Standing there in a long dress, facing away from you.
I can see at least one person, right, from here as well?
You can
Not
see
just
your group across the hallway, but the figure that you're seeing is inside the room that you were just in, with the teacups and the teapot.
I'm going to call to my friends, or at least to my allies,
Okay.
and I think you guys might want to come over here.
Okay. You turn to the bathroom. I think you guys might want to come over here, and you look back and the figure's gone.
Well, I mean,
I was just gonna yell out and not
right
look
into
away,
that,
but that's
apparently.
okay.
Also come
specify
over
it.
and be like, also come over and be like, yes?
There are
I
some.
was totally into it. See if you want to check channel points.
Oh, well, there you
Ooh,
go.
what do we got?
Something spooky this way comes. Congratulations, you just got it. There's your spook, Iron Wolf.
Going to point over to the corner where the
Is
figure
something
was.
spooky this way comes a redemption that is just like a DM does what he wants?
Pretty much.
Oh, nice. I like it.
There was a figure. They're wearing a dress. They're gone now.
Where?
Over there. Point to the corner of the room where they were.
This corner?
Yep.
Why not I'll walk over to the corner?
Okay.
Stand right there.
Cobwebs. No sign of any.
And I look around to see
people.
if there's anything, like any markings on the walls, the floor.
Sure, make an investigation check.
13.
None that you can see.
Is the teacup still there with the leaves?
Yeah, it's
I
still there.
wonder.
Yeah, you look back, the cup is still there with that face.
There's also this. It's this tea set. There are some tea leaves in it. Someone decided to be a little crafty, I suppose.
Having a hard, like, Sarah out of game knows about reading tea leaves, but I don't know if Moynat would know about reading tea leaves.
I'm gonna go ahead and leave this up to you, Sarah.
I'm going to say that Moynat does not know about reading tea leaves, but you did say it looked like a screaming face with one eye.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Well, I
Does
mean,
it
Kate
make
may.
Does it make me think of Mikmick? Does it look like Mikmick?
If you squint your eyes, it kind of does. But then again, could look like anybody.
Well, does it look like Mikmick in the way that the figures of myself and Claudiu looked in the shattered glass of the stained glass downstairs?
Exactly. Not exactly.
Not as close.
But pretty darn close. Like a decent representation. Tea leaves. If you've never used them, they're not, they're not artist's
perfect,
tools.
no.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, I will look over to Amnestria and be like, does this look like a face to you, too?
Yes, it does.
Does it look like the tiny one to you?
I guess if you squint really hard, hard to really say.
I suppose I am looking at things underwater, but
Underwater.
earlier, it was. Well, it wasn't that long ago, but it feels like a long time ago, but yes. But earlier, when we were in the ballroom, when the voice screamed and your nose bled, it looked like the glass in the windows cracked, and it looked like the cracks looked like me and Claudiu, our drunken friend out there. And the doll, well, we all know what the doll looked like.
She's just gonna take it out and show it to her. Like, yeah.
Mornat's gonna take a step back and be like, why on land did you keep that?
Oh, I didn't keep it. I went back for it.
You're a very strange woman.
I think you are as well.
That is true. But that means there are images of all of us in this house, and why?
We're going to put a pin in that conversation. We're going to switch back to Mikmick. Mikmick.
So you
Yeah.
want me to roll investigation?
Yes,
or-
please. Yeah. This is regarding this.
Yeah, see what would have caused the sludge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go for it.
Just do a normal roll. Sure. Nat 20.
Woo! Gotta love it.
You are nat 20ing all over
Yeah,
the
That's
place
great.
tonight.
Hey,
What
listen.
the
He was the
hell?
one who got knocked out
That's
this
true.
session. So
He's the one
Yeah.
who's taken
It all
he's
evens
also
out.
the one who's taken the most damage, so it does even
eaten
out
by
here.
maggots, natural 20s. So
Eaten by maggots, sucked up a chimney.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, you know for certain that this sort of brownish black sludge seems to be just backup, like mud that has seeped into the plumbing potentially. Over years, it just stayed in the pipes, and then the release of this valve pushed air and mud and whatever the hell else was in these pipes out into this tub.
Of course, I did it in the nicest tub in there.
So, yeah. That's basically what he was looking for. See if it was just the fact that it's been sitting for a hell of a long time, and
Yeah.
it was just backed up, gunky, shitty water.
Absolutely.
So probably like the, the reservoir that the water is kept in is probably clogged up and gunked up and all
Yeah.
that fun stuff.
And as you sort of search through the gunk just to sort of check it out, you see that there's something in the gunk that came out to the tub.
Is that because I got the nat 20?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what did I find?
So, sort of scraping the gunk off this object, you see that it is a lady's comb.
See. So he'll pull out the comb, shake off what gunk was on it, and just look over questioningly to Cabe and just say, I've found this in what came out of that tap. You think the females would know more about why this would be in here?
Cabe says, "Listen, you don't need a female. I mean, listen, whatever. I know why ladies would use combs in when you're taking a bath, you use the comb when your hair is wet to straighten it. That's what most likely. Yeah.
Well, it looks like a black-haired lady, she may use combs a lot. I'll see if she knows anything about the designs on this comb.
Sure. You look at it and you see it has like a leaf-shaped handle. It sort of tapers to a point.
So Mikmick will move out of the bathroom and call out to Muadnhait. Hey,
Poke
I
my
don't know
head
how
out of
to-
the room and be like, yes?
I found this comb in the bathtub sludge. I was wondering if you may be a little bit more experienced in where these would come from.
It's a comb.
It doesn't look like your standard comb, is what I'm saying.
I mean, from a backstory standpoint, I'm going to be like, Muadnhait doesn't know shit, but Matt, should I make any kind of roll on this comb?
I think that you, it's just a straight wisdom check would be fine.
Straight wisdom.
Yeah.
Okay. 6.
Yeah. It's not ringing
comb.
anything. It's a comb.
It's like, I mean, is it a nice comb?
It is. It's a beautiful. It's made of like an ivory.
Like, let's...
Because I noticed
mean,
you looking at the into the dressers. Do you think this comb was owned by the person who slept in this room previously?
I mean, if you found it in her bath, then that would make sense. I will actually, like, I'll take the comb from him and, like, give it a run through my hair just to see how well it combs.
Pull it through your hair, and as you do so, you feel this sharp pain in your scalp.
Didn't know that was gonna happen.
And the comb just sticks in your hair.
Oh.
And it feels like it's biting into your scalp. And it won't come out. It won't come out. It pulling it as hard as you can, and it's just digging into your scalp.
I have never experienced anything like this before.
Amnestria and Mikmick, you watch as Muadnhait is just like pulling with all of her might. Her face is contorting into just a rictus of pain, and you see blood starting to pour down the sides of her scalp. If you haven't ever gotten a scalp wound or a head wound, it is probably one of the most painful, if not the most bloody for certain, wounds that you will ever get. And you just see it starting to come down her face and drip into her eyes.
The question: where would she started combing? Would she start like combing down at the lower part, or would she start at the top?
My hair is very long, so I actually
Yeah.
probably would have started, like, right here.
Okay. Like at
Yeah,
the
that's
back?
what I was asking.
At the back? So,
Yeah, at the back,
So
I would
then
say.
Yeah.
maybe it's not coming down your face, then it's coming down like the back
Maybe
of your
it's coming
neck.
down. I would say it's coming down
Yeah.
like the side of my neck.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Ah.
Okay, I wasn't expecting.
Yeah,
Your
no,
hair
neither
too.
was I. This is gonna be really weird, but I'm gonna try and cast sleep on the comb.
Okay.
Go to sleep.
All right. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
21 hit points.
So
21 hit points of creatures.
here's the thing about sleep. It's in an area. And you don't have, unfortunately, the option to choose. I'm going to ask you if you want to reconsider doing this, because if it's in an
Oh,
area,
shit, you're right.
everybody's
I
going to be
forgot
going to
it's an
sleep
area.
real soon. This is so
And
bad.
actually,
definitely will be.
And actually, honestly, I would
Well,
probably
actually,
go
would
to
he?
sleep first.
Yeah.
No, you're right. No, you're right. That was actually dumb as shit. and
That's
I should
okay.
not have done that.
I will-
No, I'm just thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then what I will actually do is, instead of that, I will try to cast Command on the comb.
Oh, okay. Cool. What do you command the comb to do?
Release.
Okay.
The comb has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Here's the thing. This is a spell that is to be used on a creature.
I know, and that's the thing, is like Muadnhait is just flailing right now.
Fair. You hear just coming like from the depths of Muadnhait's throat, this like really deep, commanding, like echoey voice, and she just says, "Release, release, 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 release." And the comb doesn't release. It doesn't do anything. It's just still stuck in her hair. And her eyes start to bug out, like she's not sure what the hell's going on here. Claudiu and Cabe run across from the other side of the hallway. And Claudiu says, what's going on? What's going on?
I'm also going to say that my disguise self is probably worn off at this point.
Okay.
So it's
God.
probably digging in right behind my horns.
Oh, Lord. Cabe, this probably is the first time that Cabe has seen you without your disguised self. And Cabe just, like, takes a step back, like, holy shit. And
it's a thing. It's fine.
Okay. Yee. Oh, that looks like it really hurts. Holy shit.
Oh, it does. This is not pleasant.
Okay. Claudiu's like, I mean, I can see if I can, shing, and he pulls out his rapier. I can see if I can just, chop it out.
That doesn't necessarily feel like a good idea, but...
It's up to you.
Better ideas. This feels like a curse.
I mean, I can try pulling it out if you want.
Let's try that before we try cutting it.
Okay. Claudiu sort of, like, gets up behind you, and he says, I'm really sorry if this hurts.
It's fine. It already hurts.
Okay, well, I'm sorry if this hurts
Get
more.
it out.
And he grabs the comb with one hand, or two hands, actually, in this case. And Mikmick and Amnestria, you're free to do whatever you guys would like to try to get this comb out at the same time. What do you guys want to do?
Well, if Claudia is trying to pull the comb out, we should maybe hold her?
Perfect choice. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mikmick, yeah?
The only thing that Mikmick would think is he knows this new axe is somewhat magical.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. Don't kill me, please. Don't kill me.
Oh, boy. Yes, continue on with your thought. I want to hear it end.
And the fact that the seance says that the person that they contacted to the seance said that they didn't want to hurt them.
That's true.
So, Mikmick is just going to get the axe out.
Okay.
And just not swing it.
Oh, cool. Okay.
He's not going to swing it. He's just going to basically put it against the comb and try and, like, scrape it out like you would use, like, a tick comb.
Uh-huh. Okay. So this is going to go in order. You take the axe and you, like, grab it by the axe head. Claudiu's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Excuse me, what are you doing? And, yeah, hold on one second. Let me figure this out.
Yeah. Kind of like you would scrape out like a tick or
Sure.
like you would a bee sting or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Or like trying to like get it in there and be like,
Yeah.
And also, by the way, if you did cast Sleep Moynut, Mikmick wouldn't be affected.
Yep.
At all.
That's fair, but I'd be out for sure because I'd probably have the lowest HP of this entire party.
Multiple people would be.
So even though I've got the lowest hit points,
Noted.
I still wouldn't be affected by sleep.
Noted. Okay. So, all right. So let me have Claudiu do his athletics check to try to pull this comb out of your hair, and then if that doesn't work, then I guess we'll go with option B.
Yeah.
All right. Here comes.
Oh well, Amnestria holds me down.
Yes. Bite down on this. Okay, here we go.
Oh, God.
Well, Amnestia's got crossbow bolts that Moynut can bite down on.
This is true. Okay, here we go. This is athletics. He's got a +1 to athletics. An 8.
Nope, that's definitely a fail.
Yeah, he tries to pull it, and he's like, "Guy, I think I got it." And you just hear like the tearing of hair and just pins and needles coming out. It's potentially the worst pain that you felt in a very long time, or not. And now we're gonna switch to Mikmick, with the with the position that this axe may like buzz it out of her scalp, so to speak. I'll give you advantage on this one because you're using a tool in this fashion to try to chop it out of her hair. Hopefully,
Or scrape it out.
or scrape it out with an axe, with a razor sharp axe blade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see it.
What's the worst that could go wrong?
Okay. Don't get a nat one. Don't get a nat one. Don't get a nat
Please
one.
don't
what
get
am
a
I
nat
rolling?
one. Please don't get a nat one.
Don't get a nat
Oh, you didn't tell him what to roll, actually.
Oh yeah. Athletics, please.
Athletics?
Yeah. Or you know what? Hold on. Let me qualify this.
Or would it be more sleight of hand?
I was gonna say sleight of hand. Yeah, that I will go with. Good God.
Okay,
Please,
we'll
I
go
hope you don't have a
sleight of
crappy sleight of hand.
Not crappy.
Okay.
13.
Okay. Whew.
Oh, second it.
So
Can I
Mikmick.
stop digging my nails into my own head?
Yeah. You literally just take this axe blade and just run it, and you hear a click, and the comb pops out and lands on the ground, and it's just from like the ends of the comb about an inch up the comb tines is just red.
So the comb's
And
off.
Moynard is just pressing her hands to her head.
Mm-hmm.
Never knew combs could be that dangerous.
That makes two of us.
Okay.
Note to self,
Ow.
don't comb your hair.
To be perfectly honest, when I'm underwater, I never need to, but... Ow. I hate it on land.
Okay.
And just for a little bit of fun, now that
If I'm still
Moynard
bleeding,
is-
I will go rip a piece of sheet off the bed to make myself a bandage.
I will say you lost 1 hit point from that. Or not.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't know what I would roll in this case, but I want to see if Mikmick can actually try and figure out what Moynard actually is.
Okay.
Because, as I said, he's been following her, just wondering what the hell she is.
Yeah. I mean, I think you
see
tried to
if
do
you
that
can
the
put
last
two and two
time,
together.
didn't you? I think you tried to do that the last time.
I don't think he's trying to investigate on what Moynard actually is.
Arcana check then.
Hilarious part is that no one has just asked her. But
Yeah, that's a very distinct possibility. Nobody's really asked each other what they are, or who they are, or anything.
17.
Okay. Well, she's definitely not human.
No.
the question is, does he know what I am or what I was?
With a 17
He's more
Arcana.
searching of what.
Yeah. So with a 17 Arcana, I don't think he knows what you were. But I think he knows what you are.
That's
based
fair.
on-
That's totally fair.
Based on your current physical attributes. Number 1, you have this sort of halo of horns that comes out and around your head. It's definitely not that of something like a tiefling, where the horns start here and they go backwards.
Because they start at the back.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And your skin is nowhere near the shades of what a tiefling's skin would be. So clearly, you are some kind of a humanoid.
No,
I
I'm
should
not.
say. No, well, that's the thing, is that some kind of humanoid creature, humanoid, not the actual creature type, but
Yeah.
creature that has humanoid features, but is not. Right? I don't think you've ever experienced what this creature is. That's the problem, is that with a 17 Arcana, although certainly, you have...
I can't do that.
Well,
I
even
was
though
going to say I
yeah.
could add a d6.
you can add a d6
Yep. I could add a d6 to that roll.
for what? How? With what reason?
Because of species ability. Knowledge from past life.
Oh, Then yeah.
D6 to an ability check.
Then you know what? Hit me with a D6. Let's see how much more you know. I like this a lot, actually.
That's fun.
That is really cool. Okay, with
Only
a
a
19.
two, so
Yeah,
19.
19. Okay, yeah. So then, somehow or other, you recognize the physical features of Muadnhait's current appearance to be that of a creature that has been touched by, in some way or another, a hag. That creatures that have been either interacted with, or perhaps touched at birth, or born with a specific effect from a hag, that they are called Hexbloods. How you know this? You don't really. It's just a memory that sort of flashes to your brain. But yeah, that's what you know. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Mikmick won't say anything about it. He just needs time to process it himself and just think of how he would bring it up to Muadnhait, because she does look a little bit scary, and he doesn't want to upset her, knowing she is quite capable of killing her in one shot.
Yeah. Very likely. Cabe is a little messed up from this. Cabe's a little sort of taken aback. From this whole affair. This is the first time, I mean, the maggots, and now this, like, weird comb, and then Muadnhait, and then whatever the hell they saw in the bathtub. Like, all of this is just affecting Cabe in a very negative way. Cabe is starting to bug out a little bit.
Which is interesting, because Cabe was, like, very chill about all of this before.
Super chill.
Because
Is it obvious that he's now bugged out?
Yeah. Sorry, I just heard a noise.
Well, I
Was it
mean,
a child
yeah.
or a ghost?
I don't even know. Like, I am not shitting you. Something came... Fuck.
Yeah, I've been hearing cars all day, but that's just me.
I think that
what's
came
happening?
from... I'm not sure, but I think that came from outside my apartment.
You might have weird... My apartment has the weirdest acoustics that, depending on which way you turn your head, like, noise will be coming from outside the window behind my computer, but if I'm in the bed behind me and my head is facing the wrong way, it sounds like it's coming from the opposite side of the apartment.
Okay.
Or just Matt has totally creeped himself out.
I think I did. I think I creeped
Probably
myself
that too.
out. Shit. Okay. Oh, thank God. Okay. Oh, thank God. It was just Iron Wolf. Okay, thanks, Iron Wolf.
I am going to look like lifting like my bloodied head up. I'm just going to look over at Cabe and be like, also, small one, this is not what you expected?
Matt's just listening.
I was waiting for you to say something, because the small one is you,
I did.
Mikmick.
Other small one.
No, I said other
Oh,
small one.
other small one. I'm like, wait. You
Other
said
small,
one.
other,
Yeah.
other small one.
Other small one. Oh,
This
Cabe.
is not what you
Got it.
not what you expected.
Cabe says,
No, Mikmick is tiny one. And
sorry,
he'll
I have
be
to make the
other small-
distinction
and he'll
between
be
other small one and...
Yeah.
I get it. Cool. Cabe says... Yeah, thank you for the distinction. Cabe says, no, not even close.
Well, what did you expect?
I did not expect... Are you a Hexblood?
I don't know, I suppose. What? Oh! Is that what I am? Then I suppose, yes. I was not always.
Oh, okay.
Forgive me, this is new.
I'm sorry. My people know of Hexbloods, and, most of the time afflicted by horrible creatures.
Well, you are not as sorry as the one who did this to me will be when I find them.
Cabe sort of looks down at themselves and then back up at you and says, well, I guess we should continue on our way. Claudiu, who has been silent this whole time, sort of just goes, well, I think we're done here. I still find it would be better maybe to find the wine cellar, since these people clearly don't bring any drinks with them to this floor. Are we done here? Are there more rooms to find spooky shit in?
Probably, yes. I did see a few more doors in the hallway.
Oh, great. Let's go open more doors, then.
Well, unless you know the way to the wine cellar.
I didn't know. I assume that the wine cellar is probably downstairs from the first floor, but we didn't really explore the rest of the first floor, so let's just keep going here and explore more of the fucking floor.
I just kind of roll my eyes and go, men. Fine. As I'm still bleeding, I'm just going to start walking down the hallway this way.
Ooh.
Oh, look, more doors.
Mikmick.
Yeah?
So, you wanted to clean up, right?
Yeah, but the bathroom across the way, let's just say the water in there is mostly just mud and backed up shit.
Well, I did find this, and she holds out the teapots, and you can't really wash with it, but if you bring it outside and fill it up with the rain, you could. Get some cloth, maybe? Wipe yourself off?
While you guys are talking, Claudio opens this door here, and it is to the bathroom again. He's like, oh, look, a bathroom. Oh, it's the same bathroom.
Already been there.
Yes, all right, moving on.
What other door? Is this a door?
It is a door.
Then I'll open that
Yeah.
one.
She's leaving this room now.
Okay. Let's open that door. You look, and as you open this door, it is a winding staircase up.
There is a third floor.
Yes, there is a third floor.
Maybe we should continue looking on this floor before we go to another floor.
I agree 100%, Duchess, says Claudia.
If
I
I
look
would,
back and I'm just like, Duchess, interesting.
if I were to make a suggestion, we should try and find the room that had the light turn on as we approached.
We'll open all the doors on this floor and see what we find.
Great idea. He moves down to this door.
Yep.
Claudia, without a second thought, opens it.
Kicks it open.
Behind him.
Now, another bedroom.
Another bedroom.
Claudia says, I mean, this isn't a bad bedroom to stay in if we wanted to take the night here, I would say. Bed looks nice, comfortable, right?
What, and all four of us going to be in one?
No. It's, it looks like it's, good enough for two at least, though. And, he sort of sits down on the bed and sort of tests it, and this just poof, cloud of dust comes up.
I look at him and smile and I say, I don't think you'd want to spend an evening with me.
Oh, I didn't mean to intimate that. I simply stated that this bed is just good enough for two, if there are not enough for all four.
Is there anything of interest in this room?
There's a fireplace.
It's like a sofa from here. Okay.
Oh, it's definitely a fireplace. There's like a...
Okay.
Yep. Fireplace, a vanity, a wardrobe. Claudio opens it. It is empty.
I'll check the vanity.
It is empty. There's like a brush here. It's an old, faded, raggedy
Not
brush.
touching that shit.
Not again.
A cracked mirror here. A couple of nightstands.
We'll pop back out. Were there any other doors in this hallway?
There's one at the end of the hallway.
I'll go open that one.
Okay.
Everyone goes on the same token.
Opens that.
I'll stand on the plant. Okay.
This room.
I'll stand on the plant.
There you go.
This
bear
room
rug.
seems to be some kind of an office. It's decorated with sturdy shelves and a desk carved with reclining creatures of some kind. With their lower halves are, well, they're not human. They are goat's legs. Not quite sure what that means. You see that the desk's high-backed chair is turned away from you, obscuring whatever might be in it.
Real world Sarah knows this is a terrible idea, but Moynat is going to turn the chair around.
Okay. You reach for the chair. And you turn it around.
There's a nice swarm of maggots.
God damn it better not be.
And as the chair swivels, that's where we're going to end for tonight. Oh boy. Gotta leave.
I love the cliffhangers.
You gotta leave
They
them on a
are great.
cliffhanger, right?
Oh, always.
gotta-
We're gonna come back to this as the chair swivels. It's empty.
It's empty. It's a
You'll need
doll.
Nothing there.
You have to swivel around the
Yeah, I'll do it in a
Complete the
second.
set.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it in a second.
I mean, if we'd gone up the stairs, we would have reached the top of the stairs and we would have been there, I'm sure.
All right.
As you turn the corner.
It is a corner. Important note, and that is, welcome to level 2. That's right, you have leveled up.
Fuck yes, jack of all trades. Sorry.
That's okay. Hey, whatever
That's the
floats your
best part
boat.
of being that's the best part of hitting level 2 in Bard, right there.
It is pretty darn good.
That's pretty darn amazing.
Okay.
All right.
Gonna have to get some more art then.
Yes, that's true. We will have to see.
Jack of all
what
trades and a new spell. And Song of
happens.
Rest.
I'd love to
Getting
see how that
contacted.
transitions too, in terms of how Mikmick's change comes about, so to speak.
Yep.
Do you get something like significant with
there will
Reborn
be-
at level 2?
There will
No,
be.
I just have plans for the level up.
It's the plans. The plans.
Nice. I like this. I like this a lot.
Yes. So we will be back in a week for more Ravenloft fun and action and crazy horror and scary shit and hopefully less maggots. I'm just saying.
God,
in
I
general.
hope less maggots. And the
First death.
eve of my 1-year anniversary.
Yay! That's super
That's next
amazing.
Saturday. I know, right?
Some
That's great.
First death
Well, it's still
savings
funny
throw.
because I still remember that when we started Mad
Mhm.
Mage, I was like, shit, I'm going to be married before this campaign is over.
I've seen so much.
And I was right.
I've been there through it all, Sarah. Just
You have.
everything. But let's go ahead and do our sign off, everyone. So, yeah, let's go ahead and start. Let's start with Maeve. Down there in the bottom right-hand corner. Maeve, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me at Maeve Climber on Twitter, and I mean that's honestly really it. I don't really use a lot of social media, but I do post art, and I just don't really do a lot else. I mean, I do another D&D campaign, but not with Twitch. So
Awesome. Thank you, Maeve. All right. Moving on over to the gentleman in the bottom left-hand corner, and that is Red Platinum. Red, tell us where we can find you on the internet, please.
Well, you can find me at Twitter at LeakCodeStruggle, where I don't post anything. You mostly find me on game websites like your Steam, your Origin, your GOG, at Red Platinum. But something that I will add for this session is, like Iron Wolf, I do like to make models from time to time, and I actually brought out a relevant model that I wanted to show people.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Who are you gonna call?
Ghostbusters.
Heck yeah.
Thought it would be a relevant.
I love it. Great model. I love it. Good job.
Relevant model.
It's like blurring in because you got a blurred background, so that's even creepier.
Yeah,
There
I
you
love
go.
that.
There
we
you
go.
go.
Bring
Put
it
in front of
closer
your
to
you. That's
shirt.
good.
There you go.
There we go.
Yes. So
Yeah.
good. You painted that?
Well, yes, and it was white plastic, but I did put
Nice.
a coat of white matte
But
matte
like you did
paint.
all the colored bits. I love it. It looks great.
Yep.
Thanks.
And next week I'll bring out another one.
Oh, very lovely. Can't wait.
Another movie-based one, we'll say.
I can't wait to see the new Ghostbusters movie. It should be a lot of fun. All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Red. And then, of course, up there to the top left, we've got Sarah. Sarah, where can people find you on the internet?
It was funny because like you pointed at those two, and it's actually where they were on my Zoom screen, and that's never happened before, and I got really excited.
She's over
And then
here.
you pointed at me, and it was the opposite side, and I'm like, shit.
I have to go like there, right there,
Well,
right there.
I'm Sarah. You can find me on the internet at Lovely Llama on Twitter and Instagram and random other shit where I post things. I have no models to show you. I saw Maeve showing off her knife down there. Very nice. Although it was funny because I was like, as we're playing this game, I'm like, it's like Supernatural meets D&D.
Mm-hmm. You
Because
are
my
correct.
husband and I have been on a major Supernatural binge. We just watched the season 7 finale right before I came into game tonight. And I do somewhere out there, thanks to Loot Crate, have like a die-cast model of the Impala on my bookshelf of awesome.
Love it.
I've got Baby on my shelf.
I have to get into the
Maybe-
Supernatural thing. I have never watched Supernatural.
You've never watched it?
Nope.
I mean, it's very, very long, and the early seasons are very like low budget, early 90s TV. But once you hit like season 3 to 4, it is so hardcore in its stride. Like it finds it finds the balance that X-Files missed between Monster of the Week and overarching mythology.
Nice.
Like X-Files let the mythology eat it. And Supernatural learned from that and found like how to have an overarching season mythology story but still fit in enough Monster of Week or fit the mythology into the Monster of the Week so that it stays interesting and current and you don't just get bogged down in mythology. It is amazing.
Okay. I'll have to give it a try.
This is one of my newest tattoos and it's my new favorite. My little baby pentacle.
Nice.
I love it.
It was a Halloween whim, and it just like every time I look at it, it makes me happy. I want to get all 4 tarot suits like across like here, and here.
A lot of that going around.
Right?
Super. Thank
Because
you.
I did during the stream. I did buy the Ravenloft Taroka deck. Online
see,
over
there we go.
here In like 3 days. It is black and white, but it is a cool last deck. So there you go. I'm done babbling. Good night.
No, you're not babbling at all. So I'm gonna just finish off by.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll
No.
take it. Never mind.
No, okay, no.
Talk.
I'm just gonna talk about
It's a post-stream thing. Talk about it.
this.
Yes,
this-
because I want one. I want one.
In the doobly doo in YouTube, you will see the link to the person who did such an amazing job on this board and the
It's
planchette that I am her good friend, and I am very glad that she's around. And I will post all of the appropriate socials so that if you can get in touch with her, she may be enabled to do another. Who knows? But this is I
would happily buy/trade for that
this
any day.
How
This
thick
is
is that?
gorgeous. It's pretty thin actually, and I like it thin. Right, so you don't want to like this thing as a gigantic heaviness.
Yeah, because I noticed it's
Unless
not flopping around.
you've got an
Yeah.
enormous house where it can just like live somewhere.
I mean, I don't want to hang this on the
Yeah.
wall. It would creep the hell out of myself
Yeah.
and the rest of my family.
What is it made out of, Matt?
It's made out of like a.
Foam core?
It's not foam core. It's a board. It's wood. This is the real shit.
Yeah.
That's
folks.
awesome.
Yeah. This is
absolutely.
wood.
Thank you. I was
That's
like,
wood.
I was like, it's M something. I can't think of the rest of the initials.
MDF.
MDF. That's
It's
what it looks like. Yeah.
it's
Multiple density fiberboard.
there you go, something
Yeah.
like that. But goddamn, I think she did
It's
a fantastic job.
beautiful.
So, that's it for me. I'm Matt G. I'm the dungeon master for this particular campaign, and the guy who does his best to run crazy adventures out of Slices and Dices, which you can find here. Craziness and amazing role-playing game action and other things every Friday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern. Don't forget, by the way, folks, to fall back. That's right, we get 1 extra hour of sleep. Woo! Starting this weekend. So, don't forget to turn your clocks back. As we were going, I think, not Eastern Daylight Time. Is it Eastern Standard or Eastern Daylight? I can't remember.
I think we're going into standard.
Cool. Eastern Standard Time.
I think.
Super.
Down south, we've already done it.
Yeah,
Well, whatever, you Australian weirdo.
We need to catch up. Catch us here. We've got Alien RPG coming next Thursday, the 11th.
That's right.
And then more Ravenloft. So Super Spoop next week. Alien, then Ravenloft. Cool. Until then, folks, I got nothing else to say, except for, of course, this direction. Over here. Alex, _ Lorenzo, gentleman who had to dip out a little earlier this evening. We love him. We wish him well. We hope he comes back for more next Friday. And we know he will, because he just can't get over doing more shit with us. So, until then, thank you for being part of the stream. Thank you for watching us on YouTube. And remember, take care of each other. But don't forget to take care of yourselves. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Have a wonderful night and a wonderful weekend. See you soon.